Zef has an incredibly strong grip on this head-to-head, winning over 60% of their games, and it's clear he's carrying that psychological edge into this series. Lancer has the experience, but it's tough to shake that historical weight. Let's see if Zef can maintain this pressure. He's just too quick today, sweeping another round for a perfect start. He's clearly capitalizing on that ranking advantage right now. Another completely untouched round for Zeth, who just can't be stopped right now. Absolute perfection from the server's leading man, who just can't be shaken. Lancer's recent form has been a struggle, sitting at 30%. Simply another rout, as he claims a 6th consecutive point. A nightmare start for a player who's already struggling today. Finally, some resistance as Lancer puts up a fight to get back on the board. The top 25 talent is showing, but his grip isn't absolute. Lancer is facing a tough slope today with just 10 wins in his last 27 games. It's definitely making these back-to-back rounds feel more significant. He's fighting against a massive tide of poor form right now. He's completely flipped the script, securing his 3rd straight round. He's managing to close the gap despite that earlier loss on redline. Zeth quickly regains his footing here, keeping that 4-round cushion. The higher seed is comfortably in control here. Zeth stays firmly in the driver's seat at 8-3. Zeth looks a lot more comfortable than the odds predicted. Zeth takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. You know he is completely defying the expectations today. Lancer is looking very lost and needs a quick response to stop this bleed. Time for Lancer to wake up. Lancer narrows it to 5-8 after a gritty stand. Zef has historically owned this rivalry, but he's feeling the heat now. Zeth extends his lead again, moving ahead to 9-5. He is definitely capitalizing on that 24-11 run he's having today. Goodness, that was an absolute scrap, and he barely claws out the victory with a tiny sliver of health left. Lancer is really feeling the pressure from that lower seed position. Zeth just shuts down the momentum and drops him right off the ramp. Zeth is really taking advantage of that higher seed position. He's simply too precise, securing a 4th straight round and putting himself one step away from victory. Lancer is just completely outmatched here today. He manages to scrape a round back, keeping his hopes alive for now. Lancer has definitely had some shaky results lately, but he's still here. What a finish! Zeth shuts the door and seals the victory right here. He really lived up to the hype in that one, making short work of the competition from start to finish. Lancer holds the upper hand in the lifetime head-to-head with 113 wins over Omnic. That edge is usually enough to secure the favorite spot in this matchup. But since Omnic took their most recent encounter, Lancer really needs to assert himself early today. Omnic catches him right as he's stepping up the ramp to level things off. The higher rated player is starting to show some teeth. Lancer is cruising right now with a 3-1 lead. His recent slump makes this quick start a bit surprising. Omnic finds the peak and takes Lancer right off the ramp. It's a tight contest so far. Lancer is just too quick, catching Omnic before he could even get a shot off from the ramp. Tough way to start the afternoon after that rough set against Zeph. Lancer has a tough 10-25 record over the last day. It's clear he's ignoring that struggle and playing like a completely different person this match. He's taking full control of the pace here. He manages to fight his way back from the ramp to secure another victory. Omnic holds his ground from the window to bring the score to 6-3. The rating gap might finally be starting to tell. Lancer is making a strong push here, and he just punished Omnic for playing a bit too high on that ramp. A much smoother set of rounds than his recent outings. Omnic is looking very sharp, taking a decisive stand from the ramp to keep himself in the game. The higher rating is showing its worth as the round progresses. Lancer goes into the break with a 8-4 lead. I mean, everything is going exactly according to the pre-match script. He's looking way more consistent here than he has in his last few games. Time for the switch. Omnic manages a clutch play to close the gap to 8-5. Omnic's better ladder positioning is starting to reflect in the gameplay. Lancer pulls further ahead, now commanding a 9-5 lead. He's finally shaking off those tough losses from earlier today. Omnic is really making his presence felt from that ramp position. The ladder difference is starting to show in this set. Omnic is showing great resolve, shutting him down from the ramp to keep the pressure on. The underdog is starting to find his confidence here. Lancer maintains a solid 3-round cushion at 10-7. Lancer really needs this round to go his way after that rough set against Zeph. Lancer is really putting on the pressure, moving himself just one step closer to finishing this set. Lancer secures another win from the ramp, and he is now just one round away from victory. He's completely taken over the server in this final stretch. Omnic is staying alive, putting an end to that momentum swing and forcing another round. Omnic strikes quickly, catching the opposition right off the ramp to keep this series alive. A huge momentum shift as we head into the final stretch. Absolute perfection from Omnic, staying completely healthy as he forces this match to a breaking point. Lancer's grip on this game is slipping fast. Omnic is on fire. He just secured his 4th straight win to stay in this fight. The underdogs always find a way to make it interesting. What a finish! Lancer closes it out perfectly from the ramp to take this series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit with that huge run late in the set. It's great to see the momentum shift, but he just couldn't quite close the door. He had to work for that. Zeth is really riding a wave of momentum right now, having gone 24-11 in the last day. And that looks to be continuing here as he carries over a recent victory against Omnic. This early lead is putting some serious pressure on the underdog to respond. Omnic strikes back to lead 2-1 right now. The underdog is really making his presence felt early on. He's totally in control now, securing another victory to take the momentum firmly in his favor. A complete reversal from their previous meeting on the dunes. Zeth digs deep in a gritty exchange to bring the score back to 2-3. Their head-to-head history usually leans towards Zeth. We've got a total deadlock with Zeth and Omnic tied at 3 apiece. Omnic edges ahead, now clinging to a slim 4-3 lead. A very tight gap between these two on the ladder. The pace is absolutely blistering. That last engagement was barely a second long. Omnic is playing this perfectly, catching Zeth right as he attempted to hold the high ground. A really surprising way for that to play out. Omnic has played over 2,000 matches in his career. And that deep experience is really showing as he keeps his composure under pressure. He's effectively neutralizing Zeth's higher win rate on this map to maintain his control of the series. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. It's an impressive start for the man who enters this series with a lower overall win rate. He's firmly in the driver's seat after a strong run of rounds. Time for the swap. Zeth cuts into that lead, now trailing 5-8. A steady result for someone ranked 25th on the ladder. Omnic is pulling away, extending the lead to 9-5. Zeth is really struggling to keep up here. He's just not finding any answers for Omnic's current pace. The odds definitely didn't account for a lead this wide. We'll be right back with more action from the arena after a very quick break. And we are back live in the arena with Omnic holding a commanding 10-5 lead. Another effortless win for Omnic, who is absolutely tearing through this phase of the match. Zeth has historically held the upper hand in their lifelong rivalry. The momentum is completely one-sided now as Omnic secures another win, putting him just one round away from victory. What a response, he's just completely untouchable right now, picking up another one in a flash. Simply incredible. He continues his tier, securing another round from the box to keep the comeback alive. Absolute madness. He just won his 6th straight round to keep this rally going. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door completely to secure the victory. He closes it out with a clean shot to finish the series. A spectacular finish from Omnic to claim the match. Unbelievable! Omnic secures a perfect final round to close out the series. What a performance! He shuts the door on the competition and takes the series. What a way to end it! Omnic completely shuts out the opposition to secure the win. Omnic takes a massive 19-11 lead into the break. I mean, he's just outclassing Zeth right now, even though Zeth had a strong run of his own. That 7-round streak from Omnic really changed the flow of this half. Unreal! He secures a lightning fast. Final kill to seal the victory. And that is it. Omnic closes out the match with a perfect final burst. We need to step away for just a moment, but we'll be right back to the action. Boom, he shuts Zeth down on the ramp and claims the match. Zeth manages to trade out on top and find a momentary breather. He's certainly fighting for a bit of respect here. Omnic is really refusing to let Zeth build any kind of lead in this sequence. He's looking really sharp despite the ladder ranking gap. Zeth is really fighting to shrink that gap, refusing to let this match slip away completely. The pressure is mounting as Omnic takes this round, putting himself in a prime position to close the door. What a finish! He secures the win from the boost to wrap everything up. He just completely dismantled Zeth's game plan today, proving that early momentum doesn't always translate into a win. A total scramble for control on the ramp there, but Zeth proves just a bit quicker to the trigger. Zeth holds a strong historical edge here, having won over 60% of their past matchups. It's clear he's usually the one in control, though Lancer is refusing to let him run away with things today. Zeth is looking very sharp early on, quickly shutting Lancer down as he tried to push from the ramp. Zeth's higher rank on the ladder is definitely starting to show. Lancer catches Zeth on the ramp and we are officially back to a deadlock. It's a surprising shift given how effortlessly Zeth cruised through their last set. Zeth just barely edged him out there, securing a huge victory in that mirror match face-off on the ramp. He's definitely playing like someone who knows how to close this series. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, effectively cutting off Lancer's attempts to hold the ramp. His recent form has been noticeably stronger throughout this session. Another clean win for Zeth, continuing his run with an impressive 3-round surge. Lancer proves he's still in the fight, shutting things down from the ramp. Lancer is showing a lot more confidence than he did in their last encounter. Zeth had no trouble with that one, easily picking Lancer off as he tried to hold the ramp. Lancer just can't find an answer for Zeth holding that high ground right now. The top 25 player is really starting to flex his muscles. He completely shuts the door on the ramp, extending his run to 3 in a row. The higher seed is definitely making his presence felt here. Zeth takes a massive 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, we expected a close fight, but Lancer is just getting outplayed. Zeth is really capitalizing on his recent 23-12 run over the last day. Lancer needs a complete reset here. Lancer has a 45% lifetime win rate, which usually puts him in a good position to grind out matches, but today, he's just not matching the pace of a player who looks discomfortable. Zeth is simply playing a different game right now. Zeth is just completely in control, securing that high ground again to push his lead even further. He really is capitalizing on that earlier result from the orange map. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp to secure another one, trying to keep this series alive. He's fighting an uphill battle against a much stronger overall record. Lancer just couldn't let Zeth keep the advantage, taking him right off the ramp for another one. A surprising turnaround for the guy currently sitting at rank 36. Zeth secures a narrow edge in that exchange on the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. That puts the pressure right back on Lancer as he fights to stay in this. Talk about a clutch way to extend the series. He is truly grinding for every single point now. Absolutely clutch. He takes out the target on the Tetris to keep his hopes alive. Pure resilience from Lancer to find another way back in. And there it is. Zeth manages to outlast him in a tight exchange to close out the map. He's just on a completely different level today, easily taking the map and continuing a really strong run through the tournament. Lancer currently holds the edge in their long-term history, winning 114 of their encounters. However, it's tough to ignore his current form. It's a struggle for him today, and he'll need to shake off those early mistakes to stay in this. He's completely in control, taking the lead to 3 straight. Lancer is really feeling the pressure after that rough 7-13 loss to Zeth. Absolutely ruthless. He just can't find a way through, and that's 4 straight for Omnic. He's completely untouchable, extending his lead to 5-0. That's a huge shift from their most recent match. Finally a response, and it comes from the top of the box. It's good to see the higher rated player on the back foot for a second. Omnic is leaning heavily into that rating advantage as he's comfortably outperforming the expectations for this match. It's a far cry from their most recent duel where Lancer barely scraped by with a win. He'll need a complete reset if he wants to climb back into this. Omnic is just dominating, sitting pretty at 7-2. He's coming off a tough 10-25 run over the last day. Omnic just wasn't letting Lancer hide away on that box, immediately shut down any attempt to hold that height. Omnic is nearly finished here, leading 9-2. The matchup usually looks a lot different on paper. Omnic takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he's completely flipping the script on the pre-match expectations. Lancer is just not showing up today, and he's got a steep hill to climb in the second half. Time to see if Lancer recovers. Omnic is just cruising along with a 10-3 lead. Lancer hasn't looked like the favorite today. Lancer is just completely outclassed right now. He can't seem to even touch Omnic in these exchanges. His current form is light years ahead of where he started today. Another huge round for Omnic, putting him on the verge of victory. That's a total shutdown of any momentum he tried to build. And that's it. Omnic shuts the door on the series with a clean finish. A real statement from him today, just simply outclassing the competition from start to finish. Zeth has managed to edge out the overall head-to-head lead in over 700 matches. It's a tight rivalry, but he seems to have the psychological upper hand in this pairing. It'll be interesting to see if he can translate that confidence into a strong start today. Zeth is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. These two are almost identical on the ladder right now. Omnic tried to hold the high ground, but Zeth is just too quick to pick him off the ramp. His recent 13-7 victory over Lancer had him looking sharp. Zeth is dominating, putting a massive 4-1 gap between them. He's keeping up the pace from that recent clash with Lancer. The momentum has completely shifted and he's putting an immense amount of pressure on his opponent. Omnic manages to fight back, cutting the deficit to 3. The two of them are nearly deadlocked on the ladder. He's really digging in now, securing another one to keep this comeback alive. That's another clean victory to get closer in the score. Zeth has been putting up a strong number with a 23-12 record over the last day. It looks like he's operating at a much higher intensity than we've seen from Omnic lately. This is the perfect time for him to extend his lead. Zeth firmly in control with a commanding 7-3 lead. He's quickly erasing the memory of that 13-7 loss in their previous set. Zeth extends his cushion to 7-4. Just a tiny bit of ground to make up for the favorite. We're at the break with Zeth leading 8-4, and honestly, it's a very clean start for him. He's capitalizing on his superior map win rate to pull away from what looked like a dead even matchup. Time to see if Omnic recovers. Zeth stays ahead, holding an 8-5 advantage now. They really are neck and neck on the ladder. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-5. The rating difference here is practically non-existent. The trade-offs are getting real now, but Omnic is fighting hard to close that gap. A very clean execution there to keep his hopes alive. A flawless reflex play there, keeping the pressure high as he continues to chip away at that lead. Zeth keeps his grip on the game at 10-7. Clean answer there to stop the counter push. Zeth is really putting the screws to him now, looking very comfortable as he closes in on the finish. He's certainly looking more comfortable than during their last meeting. Another rapid-fire kill to put him just one win away from victory. That's a brutal way to lose the momentum shift. Unbelievable. He barely survives a chaotic exchange to keep himself in the fight. Absolute nails for that final burst. That was a grueling slog, but he manages to outlast Zeth in a wild firefight. He's really finding some resilience in these late game situations. He's simply refusing to go down, taking a third straight to keep this series alive. He's finally found a way to push back. What a finish! Zeth shuts the door on the series to claim a huge victory. Omnic really pushed him to the brink there, and it's a shame that final surge fell just short. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Lancer and Zeth facing off today on Mappas. Zeth has historically dominated this pairing with 134 total wins over Lancer. And that psychological edge seems to be carrying over today. He's really putting Lancer on the defensive right out of the gate. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can shake that head-to-head trend. The momentum is firmly in Zeth's favor as he storms to a 3-round lead. The higher rated player is simply too sharp right now. Unreal. Lancer barely survives that absolute slugfest to bring the game closer. He's showing a lot of grit to stay in this fight. Zeth holds a commanding 4-1 lead as we restart. A rough stretch for Lancer, who's had a tough day with a 10-25 record. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 5-1. He's looking much sharper than his 30% conversion rate lately suggests. Lancer has a lifetime win rate of 45% across thousands of matches, but his recent form has been a massive struggle. He's really fighting an uphill battle here, especially since he's coming off a rough patch in the server today. Now we just have to see if this little spark of momentum can actually turn into a comeback. Zeth is just too fast today, catching Lancer right as he tried to hold the ramp. Zeth is really capitalizing on his higher placement in the ratings. The momentum shifts completely back to the favorite, who just put on a display of raw speed. He seems to be in a different league today. A scrappy exchange here, and Lancer manages to come out on top. He needs to keep this energy moving into the break. Zeth takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Well, it's a bit of a shock since Lancer was expected to take this. Zeth is playing like the better man so far. And we are back in the action on Mappas, where Zeth holds a commanding 8-4 lead. Zeth is cruising along with a huge 9-4 cushion. Coming off a solid 23-12 across his games today, Zeth is just outclassing him, now sitting on a 10-4 lead. Zeth is back in full control, shutting down any hope of a comeback with a perfect shot. He's comfortably in the driver's seat right now. A devastating blow for Lancer as Zeth quickly secures his 4th straight win to reach match point. Lancer is just completely out of options here. And there it is. Zeth shuts the door with a perfect shot to close out the series. He was just too fast today. And honestly, that sub 1 second reaction time made it impossible for Lancer to keep up. Welcome back to the Berserk League. We've got Lancer taking on Omnic today on Fast Aim. Lancer actually holds a narrow lead over the long term with a 52% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's clear that recent trends have shifted though, as he struggled in his last several outings. Now the question is whether he can find his footing before Omnic builds an insurmountable lead. Omnic is clearly on top right now, picking him right off the ramp to take the lead. That's a stark contrast to their 13-3 blowout on Dunes just now. Omnic is putting on a real clinic, just claiming another one while holding the high ground. The rate indifference is starting to play a role here. Just an absolute blur of movement, and he's already claimed another one. A total shutdown from the bottom, picking him off the ramp to keep the momentum swinging. A complete lock on this series, simply picking him apart from the ramp. His recent form has definitely plummeted lately. He puts a clean burst through from the ramp to get back in this. A shaky start for someone who's been an underdog in a few games today. Omnic is just refusing to let him breathe, quickly shutting him down in the window. Lancer has had a rough stretch today with only 9 wins across his last 35 games. He is definitely fighting an uphill battle right now, but he's at least showing some fight in these later rounds. I wonder if he can actually reverse the tide here. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the expected favorite is really struggling to keep up here. We're seeing a total reversal of the usual dynamic between these two. Time to see if he can push back. Omnic is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 9-4. He's been a tough matchup for everyone in the lobby today. Lancer's barely hanging on as Omnic pushes to 9-5. Lancer is starting to put some pressure on Omnic here, refusing to let the series slip away. Omnic stretches his lead to 10-6 with that play. He's really leaning into that rank advantage we're seeing. Omnic is really closing in on the finish line here, making the most of his momentum. The gap in their rankings is really showing through right now. He's just too sharp right now, stepping up to the verge of victory. He's really proving why he's the higher seed in this pairing. What a way to wrap it up. Omnic secures the final round with a lightning fast shot to close the series. That's a rough way to end the day for Lancer, just completely outclassed across the board here. Welcome everyone. Zeth and Omnic are ready to go head to head on Italy to see who takes the match. Zeth has taken over their overall head-to-head history with 374 total wins. It is interesting to see that edge because Omnic had the upper hand in the first exchange. Now we'll see if Zeth can actually translate those historical numbers into a series lead. Omnic is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. Looking at the rankings, these two are basically neck and neck. We've got a dead heat here. Neither player is willing to let the other pull away. The momentum is shifting back toward the favorite. Omnic holds the 3-2 advantage as we restart. The higher rated man is struggling to get his lead back. And just like that, Zeth levels the playing field, coming off an incredibly strong run of form lately. That was a lightning fast reaction from Omnic, taking that round in a fraction of a second. Omnic is really putting the pressure on, capitalizing on a few quick reactions to build a comfortable lead. Omnic barely hangs on to his 5-4 lead. We're all square now with Zeth tying it up. Both players have really stayed consistent with their form today. Omnic is showing a lot of grit right now, refusing to let... We're going to step away for just a moment, but stay tuned for more action on Italy. Welcome back everyone. Let's get straight back into the action with Omnic leading Zeth 6-5. We go into the break, deadlocked at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly what we expected given how close these two are in the rankings. It's a total toss-up as we swap sides. Zeth secures a slim 1-round advantage now. He's definitely riding a wave of confidence after that 13-4 victory over Lancer. Zeth has been remarkably consistent lately, going 23-12 in the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into the second half. Now, the real pressure is on Omnic to find some answers before this gets out of hand. Omnic walks away from that exchange completely unscathed, keeping the pressure high. The underdog is definitely starting to dig in his heels. He is refusing to back down, securing a rapid second point to close the gap. Incredible resilience from Omnic, who has now completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. Unreal. He scrapes through with practically nothing left, holding the line from the wine to secure his 4th straight win. The momentum has completely swung back in this series. A complete shutdown, he's now taken 5 in a row and has firmly seized control. Zeth finally puts a stop to that run and claws one back. A tight struggle between two very similar ratings on the ladder. Neither player can truly pull away in this one. We're looking at a total toss-up as we approach the end. Both players are playing high-stakes chess right now. What a turnaround! He's just 1 round away from victory after overcoming that early deficit. Everything is coming up for the underdog right now. A perfect shot to bring us even, forcing a nail-biting overtime. A total toss-up now as the match enters a fresh block. Omnic is simply refusing to break, taking the lead back with a flawless burst. The pressure is really mounting for the favored man now. A swift response there, and the momentum is firmly in his favor as he pushes the lead back to 2. Both players are trading blows now, making this a total toss-up. The two of them are practically twins on the ladder. Absolutely frantic exchange, but he manages to hold on by a thread and secure a critical point. Another nail-biting survive from him. A huge stop by Zeth, keeping himself in the hunt with a lightning-fast reaction. Zeth is absolutely on fire, putting himself in a prime position to end this whole match right now. Zeth barely edges ahead, taking a narrow 16-15 lead. Omnic strikes back, bringing us right back to 16-all. Omnic pulls ahead by 1, sitting at 17. The underdog is really making a statement in this series. Omnic extends his lead to 18-16 with that win. The pressure is clearly getting to Zeth right now. Zeth barely keeps pace as Omnic holds an 18-17 lead. Zeth fights his way back to a dead heat at 18 apiece. He's playing with a lot of poise to force this stalemate. Omnic takes the lead back, pushing it to 19-18. Zeth delivers a huge response to make it 19-19. Omnic edges forward, reclaiming a slender 1-round lead. This is shaping up to be a true classic. Talk about a brutal back and forth struggle. It is a total toss-up given how these two match up. Zeth edges back into the lead at 21-20. The favorite is finally starting to assert his authority. Omnic answers right back and we are deadlocked again. Zeth pulls ahead once more, now leading 22 to 21. Zeth is pulling away, now holding a 2-round cushion. A narrow lead for the higher rated man in this duel. Zeth is distancing himself now, commanding a 3-round lead. It's a huge shift in confidence for the high-ranked side. Zeth is really finding his groove now, leading 24 to 22. This is a huge swing considering the current gap in their rankings. Zeth is just unstoppable, pushing the gap to 25-22. He really had to dig deep to close that one out. Omnic fought like a demon to keep it that tight. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Lancer and Zeth facing off today in the arena. Let's see who takes the win. Zeth has been heavily dominant in their direct history, winning 63% of their previous encounters, and the momentum is already shifting in his favor. Considering his recent run of success, Lancer is going to have to dig deep to find some answers early. What a scramble! Lancer claws back into the lead with just a single point of health left. Lancer is really picking up the pace, punishing Zeth's positioning on that ramp to extend the lead. A brutal slugfest ends with Lancer coming out on top, extending his streak to 3. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, he's playing exactly as expected so far. It's a narrow gap and we'll see if Zeth can use his recent hot streak to close it. Lancer is making a strong push for control here, quickly picking Zeth off the boost. Lancer is really shaking off that poor performance against Omnic. Zeth holds his ground on the ramp, showing a lot of grit to stop that momentum cold. He's certainly fighting to prove why he's the higher rated player here. Lancer is currently fighting through a tough patch with a 9-26 record over the last day. It's clear he's ignoring the noise and trusting his aim in these high-pressure exchanges. He's showing a lot of mental fortitude to stay ahead of the count. Zeth keeps the pressure on, staying completely unscathed in another quick duel. He's certainly proving he belongs in that higher ranking today. Zeth edges out the fight from the ramp to tie this whole thing up at 9-all. A perfect time for the higher seeded player to reclaim control. Lancer manages to clear the ramp and regains the lead. He's doing everything he can to keep his hopes alive tonight. Zeth cleans up Lancer from the boost, finally bringing this set back to a deadlock. Both players are just refusing to blink as we head into the final stretch. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, moving himself just one step closer to a massive victory. Zeth is showing incredible resolve, quickly equalizing the score and forcing a complete deadlock. A total toss-up now as neither side can truly pull away. What a fight! Lancer barely survives that slugfest to move within a single round of victory. Pure nerves of steel from Lancer and that exchange. Unbelievable. Lancer closes it out to secure the map victory. He really held his nerve when it mattered most, surviving a few scary moments to seal the deal. Truly a gritty performance to overcome that rating gap. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Red Line. Lancer and Omnic are ready to face off to see who takes the win today. Lancer holds a slight edge in their head-to-head history, currently leading by 7 games over a massive sample size. It's clear he's trying to maintain that psychological advantage here. We just need to see if he can keep the pressure up as the match progresses. Unreal. Both players were practically shredded, but he somehow clawed out a victory from the brink. Lancer is cruising now with a commanding 3-1 lead. Omnic usually holds the upper hand on the ladder rankings. A completely clean shutdown, and he just won't let up. Lancer is really taking advantage of his matchup edge here. Omnic proves he's not out of this, walking away from that ramp duel completely unscathed. He needed to stop that momentum before things got out of hand. Another quick finish for Omnic, who is really starting to close the gap. The favorite is definitely starting to feel the heat. And the comeback is complete. He's tied it up with another effortless win. Absolute precision from the server side leader right now. He's absolutely on fire right now, securing another effortless point to keep the streak rolling. He's just untouchable right now, putting up a 5th straight win. Lancer has a lot of ground to make up now. Lancer puts an end to that run by securing the kill from the mid containers. He's His overall win rate is starting to creep up tonight. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. Well, things are playing out exactly as predicted so far. Lancer is showing why he has that higher win rate on red line by keeping this very close. Fresh start for both of them. He's staying strong and continues this surge, barely taking any damage in a very clean finish. He's really leaning into that upper hand on the ladder right now. Lancer takes control from the ramp and manages to claw back into the lead. A complete flip from that blowout loss he suffered earlier today. What a scrap! Lancer narrowly edges this out from the ramp to regain the lead. He's really shaken off that defeat from their last meetup. Omnic remains composed, responding quickly to put things back on even ground. This is shaping up to be a complete toss-up. He secures a clean kill from the ramp and continues to claw back into this series. The pressure is mounting quickly for the favorite now. Both of them fighting for control of that ramp, but Lancer comes out on top. Neither player has managed to build any real momentum tonight. Lancer just barely sneaks ahead with a 10-9 lead. Lancer is really making a point after that tough loss on fast aim. Everything has been completely reset now. He completely shut that out with a clean kill. We are seeing a real back and forth struggle here as they trade rounds in the final stretch. The ranking gap hasn't played a factor in this particular encounter. Lancer is absolutely crushing these late rounds, putting himself just one win away from the victory. What a finish! Lancer shuts it all down from the ramp to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find a way to close that gap. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels. Zeth and Omnic are ready to face off on Mappas to see who takes the win. Zeth holds a clear advantage here, winning about 53% of their previous encounters. That head-to-head superiority seems to be translating into a lot of confidence for him today. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to disrupt that trend. Omnic has snatched the lead, putting Zeth on the ropes. He's really putting those recent losses behind him. We are back to a dead heat. This is turning into a real toss-up between these two. Zeth has been finding a lot of success recently with the 22-13 day. Omnic is staring down a 3-2 lead right now. Despite a lower lifetime win rate, the underdog is keeping things tight. And just like that, Zeth evens things up at 3-3. He's definitely finding some confidence after that victory on AIM Italy P. Omnic is reacting incredibly fast right now, really squeezing the space out of Zeth. The rankings really don't tell the whole story today. Perfectly poised at 4 all. This is absolute chaos. The top half of the ladder looks slightly more settled here. Zeth pulls ahead by 1, gripping a tight 5-4 lead. His overall victory percentage is sitting at a solid 44%. The momentum keeps shifting and Omnic is refusing to let the pressure get to him. Zeth is edging closer with a tight 6-5 lead. His ranking just barely edges out the competition here. Zeth heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's comfortably maintaining that map advantage he's known for. Omnic is staying in the fight, but he hasn't been able to break Zeth's hold on the lead. Time for the side switch. Zeth really seems to be in a flow state after putting up 22 wins today. And with Omnic currently in the middle of a losing streak, this gap in confidence is becoming very apparent. It's getting harder for him to find a way back into this match. Zeth is just dominating now, extending it to 9-5. His recent match against Lancer looked very similar to this. Omnic claws one back to make it 9-6. The gap between these two in the ratings is almost non-existent. Omnic is showing some serious grit, picking up another effortless round to keep his rally alive. A really quick exchange to put the pressure back on Zeth. Zeth answers right back, pushing his lead to 10-7. The favorite is really starting to separate himself here. Zeth is really starting to pull away here, turning a close contest into a commanding lead. His recent form over the last 10 is looking quite strong. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, fighting back and keeping this series way closer than expected. A nearly perfect engagement puts the pressure right back on Omnic. He's really making his presence felt as the favorite in this set. A quick reflexive shot from Omnic keeps this match alive for now. That was a lightning fast response. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with an incredible final flurry to secure the victory. He just looks too sharp today, and he's really proven that his edge on this specific map is the real deal. Welcome to the match. Lancer and Zeth are facing off on orange to see who takes the win today. Zeth typically dominates this rivalry with 135 wins, but he's not looking very comfortable right now. Lancer actually took their most recent meeting as well, and it feels like the momentum has shifted in his direction early on. What an exchange. He barely escapes that firefight with his life to take the lead. He is certainly playing like the higher rated man tonight. Lancer just clawed back to tie this up at 2 apiece. Zeth has definitely looked better in his other games today. Zeth regains the upper hand, leading 3-2. His recent form has been seriously impressive, winning 80% of his last 10. Lancer keeps trading blows with him. Neither man can truly break away in this set. The ranking difference isn't showing up in the server yet. Lancer pulls ahead again, putting Zeth on the defensive. The lower ranked man is definitely making a statement here. That was a total shutdown. He is absolutely on fire right now. Zeth has been so reliable today, but he's suddenly struggling here. He just can't be stopped. That's another perfect round for Lancer. Zeth is really feeling the pressure of this matchup now. He is just completely outclassing his opponent right now. The ratings clearly aren't reflecting how this series is going. Zeth manages to hold his ground here as we approach the break. Zeth definitely needs a result like that to keep things interesting. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He is playing exactly like the favorite here. That 5-round run really gave him the separation he needed to control the pace. Fresh sides. Let's get back to it. Zeth has a vastly better record over the last day, going 22-13 in his last matches. Well, it looks like that confidence is finally paying off as he starts to narrow this gap. We have to see if he can maintain this momentum to stage a full comeback. That was a gritty fight, but Zeth manages to outlast him to secure another one. He is effectively erasing that lead from the first half. Unbelievable. He just equalized the set with a powerful run from the ramp. That is an incredibly clean response to get this match level. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking a full 5 rounds in a row to move ahead. It's a complete reversal of how this whole set started. Lancer answers right back, holding that run to bring us back to a dead heat. He is definitely capitalizing on his recent success against Omnic. Zeth edges out the exchange to reclaim the lead. He's finally playing like the favorite we expected. Lancer levels the field, bringing us to a 10-10 deadlock. It is a total toss-up heading into these final rounds. Lancer is really capitalizing on this opening, putting the pressure firmly on Zeth now. The raw skill gap just isn't appearing in this server. Lancer is on a tear, taking his 3rd straight to put himself in a commanding spot. The higher seeded player is simply out of options. Zeth refuses to go down quietly, keeping his hopes alive in this thriller. That was a quicker response to keep things tense. Absolutely stunning. Lancer closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. Zeth really fought back to make this a nail-biter, but it just wasn't quite enough to seal the deal. He's going to be gutted with that result. What a fight! Welcome everyone! Lancer and Omnic are facing off on fast aim, with Lancer entering the match as the heavy favorite. Omnic looks sharp early, managing to hold that ramp position for an opening point. It's a promising start for a player who's dropped his last 3 matches. Lancer's just getting outreacted right now. He can't seem to find any footing in this set. A complete reversal from their previous meeting on red line. Lancer is currently maintaining a strong lifetime head-to-head edge, and he's clearly used that historical confidence to pull himself right back into this. Now we just have to see if he can translate that mental advantage into a real lead. A fierce battle on the ramp, but he out-muscles the opposition to take a lead. He's definitely feeling the weight of those 3 losses in a row. A quick flick wipes him right off the ramp for another round. The overall ladder rank says he should be losing, yet he's cruise control. Omnic picks it up from the window to stay right in the mix. Despite the higher standing on our ladder, he struggled to find a consistent lead. Lancer is firmly in control now with a 2-round cushion. Omnic is definitely feeling that recent 13-10 loss from earlier. Lancer just barely outdueled him there, but Omnic was too quick on the trigger to secure the round. He's looking to bounce back after a rough run of 3 losses. Lancer manages to pick him right off the wine box, extending that lead. Surprisingly, it's the lower rated of the pair who's commanding the pace. A single round now separates them, with Lancer leading. Omnic is proving why he sits higher on our rating. We're all locked in at 6. Everything is going exactly as planned for Lancer. He's used that 52% head-to-head advantage to stay steady and keep this a dead heat. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic claws ahead, taking a slim 7-6 lead. He's certainly playing better than his 36% career average suggests. Omnic has truly turned the tide with an impressive run of 4 consecutive rounds. He's completely flipped the script on the 52% head-to-head win rate Lancer usually holds in this rivalry. It will take a massive shift in energy for Lancer to prevent this from becoming a total landslide. Absolute control from the favorite, now walking away without taking a single point of damage. He keeps his cool and clears the round, continuing his positive stride. He has really been on a tear throughout the day. Unbelievable. Omnic survives a chaotic clash on the ramp by a mere sliver of health. That was a frantic exchange to put the pressure back on. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Both of them are just snapping to targets instantly. Omnic puts on a show from the ramp to bring himself to the edge of victory. The pressure is really getting to the favorite right now. That was a sharp response to keep things interesting. Lancer's just refusing to let this game slip away. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door with a final strike from the ramp to secure the victory. He really needed this win to snap that losing streak and get his momentum back for the day. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Zef and Omnic facing off today on Italy to see who takes the win. Absolute chaos in that first exchange. Zef barely manages to scrape through with a tiny bit of health left. Zeth holds a comfortable lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's clear he's the stronger player in this pairing, though he's facing some early pressure today. We have to see if he can actually capitalize on that edge. Zeth is really cooking now with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly looking consistent after that 13-9 win earlier. Zeth is just dominating, sitting pretty at 3-1. He's certainly putting that head-to-head advantage to use. Unbelievable. He almost goes down but manages to hold on for another victory. That was an instant shutdown. He's simply not allowing any room for a comeback. He is simply on another level right now, extending the run to 5 straight. It's been a tough day so far for the lower rated player. The momentum has shifted completely as he secures another effortless victory. It's a stark contrast to the 6-7 record his opponent has this day. He's simply outclassing his opponent, putting up a staggering 7-round run. That's a strong start for the favorite today. What a scramble! Omni clenches this one in a total brawl, barely walking away. Absolute insanity. He clutched a desperate fight and survived with just a sliver of health. He's proving he can hang with the higher rated side of this pairing. Zef takes a commanding 8-4 lead. He looked the better of the two early on. That massive 7-round run gave him plenty of breathing room, but Omnic is finally starting to bite back. Let's see if the momentum holds. Zed's current form is looking impressive with a 22-13 run over the last day, and honestly that level of consistency is why he's firmly in control of this series. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep up this pace into the closing rounds. Zeth is cruising toward the finish line at 10-5. He's fighting to flip the script, despite sitting lower in the ranks. The pace is picking up. These next few exchanges are going to be decisive for Zeth. He is putting up a serious fight in this stretch. Zeth is refusing to let Omnic build any real momentum here. The rating gap between these two is barely any. Zeth puts an immediate end to that rally and now sits on match point. Absolute shutdown in that exchange. And there it is. Zeth closes out the series with a final decisive blow. He really just walked all over him in that one, especially with that lightning fast reaction at the start. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Lancer and Zeth facing off today to see who takes the match. Zeth enters this match with a significant lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 60% of their past encounters. It's surprising that he's the one starting on the back foot here. I wonder if the momentum from their last duel is still sticking with Lancer. Lancer is just too fast, quickly picking him off the box to secure another round. Zeth gets his revenge from the box, finally putting a stop to that opening run. He's finally showing the skill gap we expected going into this. A cautious exchange here, but he keeps the pressure high to tighten the gap. The early lead isn't rattling him one bit. Absolutely stunning. He has completely erased that deficit to bring things level. Unbelievable. He just clears the box and takes a commanding lead in this set. He's fully capitalizing on his status as the favorite. He's simply unstoppable right now, holding that box to push his streak to 5. Zeth is definitely playing like the higher seeded player today. Zeth just blew past him for another round, picking Lancer right off the box. A totally different pace of play from his opponent right now. He's just too efficient from that perch, extending the run to 7 straight. He's simply in another league right now, claiming another victory from the box to keep this streak alive. Zeth takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, he's putting on a clinic. Lancer was tipped to take the series, but he just can't keep up with the pace right now. Time to see if Lancer can fight back. Zeth has looked completely dominant throughout this match, but he's actually struggled with consistency over the last 24 hours. So yeah, it's interesting to see how that's playing into Lancer's sudden resurgence. He needs to keep this momentum going if he wants to make a real comeback. Zeth manages a rapid response from the box to secure the lead. The response time on that shot was just incredible. Zeth secures the victory from his perch, proving he's completely unshakable. That confidence is exactly why the odds were so skewed. A huge moment here as he puts a stop to the rally and moves within a single round of victory. Game over. Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. Lancer put up a good fight early on, but he just couldn't find any answers for those pinpoint shots. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Lancer and Omnic facing off today on Mappas to see who takes the win. Lancer holds a career edge with the 115 total wins over Omnix, a rivalry that has been very close historically. It's interesting because he's entering this one coming off 2 straight losses, so this first round gives him some needed confidence. Lancer fights back and we're all square at 1 apiece. Omnic looks comfortable out here, leaning on that higher rating. Omnic is really starting to control the tempo here, taking that quick fight and clearing Lancer right off the ramp. He's completely in charge now, putting together 3 straight wins to take a firm lead. It looks like a repeat of their last clash on fast aim. He's simply not missing a beat, extending that run to 4 straight. Lancer has certainly had tougher starts in their head-to-head history. He's completely taking over, piling on a 5th consecutive win. He really struggled in that last game against Zed. He's simply untouchable right now, securing another effortless round to push the lead to 6. Finally, some resistance, Lancer secures a quick win to slow the momentum. Omnic has been the more consistent player lately, appearing in far fewer matches over the last day than his opponent. It's clear he's managing his energy better, while Lancer is fighting through a bit of a slump. He needs to stay sharp to close this out. Omnic is dominating, surging ahead to an 8-2 lead. That second match in a row against him is really starting to weigh on Lancer. Lancer clawed 1 back, though Omnic still holds a healthy 5-point cushion. He's definitely trying to overturn those recent losses. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. You know, Lancer was supposed to be the heavy hitter here, but he's just not showing up. He needs a complete reset if he wants to survive this. Let's see if things change sides. Omnic is just relentless, pushing his lead to 7. The lower rank is feeling the pressure as the game slips away. Omnic is cruising, now holding a commanding 10-4 lead. He is certainly fighting against the tide of this match. Lancer's early lead in their all-time rivalry is certainly not showing up on the board right now. This looks like an extension of that earlier match they played. He puts an end to that small rally and now stands a single round away from victory. A high pressure hold from Lancer, refusing to let the match end right now. Lancer is fighting tooth and nail to keep his hopes alive. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to bring the score to 7-12. Lancer is showing some real resilience despite the deficit. And there it is, Omnic shuts the door on this series with a perfect final shot. He really dominated the pace today, proving that the gap in their current form is far wider than those old records suggest. Welcome everyone. Zef and Omnic are stepping into the arena on orange to see who comes out on top. Zef holds a solid lead in their head-to-head record with 377 total wins. That mental edge is definitely showing since he's already taken their most recent clash. It'll be tough for Omnic to shift the momentum if he can't find a way to disrupt Zef's confidence early on. Omnic's now got a slim lead at 2-1. He's fighting hard despite his 7-8 record over the last day. We've got a deadlock on our hands. Both players are fighting tooth and nail for any real advantage. Omnic just edges ahead, taking a 3-2 command. He's really looking to avenge that 13-6 loss from their last meeting. Omnic is really rolling now with a 4-2 cushion. That's 3 straight for the leader, who's just completely taking over this match. Zef typically takes control of their matchups, but he's looking shaky here. He's simply too fast right now, putting up a huge 4-round lead. The higher rated player is simply not answering right now. Zef manages to claw one back and halt that slide. He's certainly showing why the odds were in his favor today. The comeback effort continues as Zed secures another flawless round to trim this lead. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel very real. He just can't be stopped right now, securing another round to keep this comeback charging. A complete flip of the script as the momentum shifts completely. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this has been exactly the sort of nail-biter we hoped for. It's a total toss-up right now, and both players are proving they can run away with the game. Time to see who blinks first. What an absolute brawl, he barely escapes with his life to take a 1-round lead. A brutal scrap that nearly went the other way. Zed strikes back to bring us level at 7-all. He's finally answering the pressure. Despite that lower ranking, Omnic regains the upper hand, moving back to 8-7. That's a solid response after his recent struggle in the league. A huge shift in power as Omnic puts together 3 straight winners. Omnic is certainly making up for that tough loss earlier today. He's showing some real grit now, putting together another clean win to keep chipping away at the deficit. Omnic proves he's got the better angle today, clearing Zef right off the ramp. His latest 13-7 result showed he could handle this level of play. Zef refuses to go away, keeping the fight alive to put himself just 4 rounds from victory. He's finally starting to play like the favorite in this set. Absolute precision from Zef to level the playing field at 10-10. The pressure is immense for Omnic to stop this slide. Omnic just shut that down fast, making sure the momentum didn't swing back to Zef. Omnic manages to close the gap and stands on the precipice of victory. He's clearly in his element during this final push. A crucial hold here to keep the dream alive, refusing to let the match end just yet. Everything is still wide open for the underdog here. Unbelievable, he manages to survive the exchange and closes it out to secure the victory. He really dug deep for that one to come back from the brink and take the series. It's just impressive. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We have Lancer and Zeth stepping onto fast aim to see who can take home the win. Zeth has absolutely owned the head-to-head history here, winning over 60% of their lifetime clashes. And that dominance is continuing today, after he just dominated their last encounter as well. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can finally break that pattern. He's on fire, taking control of this opening stretch with 3 straight wins. Lancer is really feeling the pressure after those few tough losses today. He finally answers back, showing some grit to get around on the board. He's proving that the pre-match predictions might be a bit premature. Another one for Lancer, who secures the edge while holding that ramp position. The favorite is starting to look a bit shaky here. Zeth holds a commanding lead at 4-2. Zeth is really making the most of his higher rank today. What a play! He clears the ramp and keeps his momentum swing going. Lancer is definitely fighting against the odds in this one. Lancer is having a rough run today with a 10-25 record over the last 24 hours. I mean, it's a tough slump to shake, and he's really fighting an uphill battle against Zeth's current form. We have to see if he can find some stability before this slips away. Lancer claims a clean victory from the window, continuing to push back into this game. He is putting on a real fight despite being the underdog. What a scramble! Lancer survives the chaos to even the series at 5 apiece. Everything is wide open now with the series locked up. Zeth uses that height on the planks to shut things down and reclaim a 1-round lead. He looks a lot more composed after a solid 22-13 day. We're heading into the break with Zeth leading 7-5. I mean, it's surprising to see the supposed favorite struggling to keep pace right now. Lancer needs to step up if he wants to flip the script in the second half. Fresh start for both players now. Lancer keeps the pressure on, picking him right off the planks to tighten this gap. The underdog is staying incredibly resilient today. Zeth is making a really strong push now, using that high ground on the planks to widen the gap again. Zeth is definitely leaning into his ladder advantage right now. Lancer manages to knock him off the window, refusing to let the gap widen further. The momentum is shifting back and forth in a huge way. Zeth is pulling ahead again with a 9-7 lead. That number 25 ranking is starting to look a lot more legitimate. Zeth secures another fast round from the ramp and is really beginning to put his foot on the gas. Lancer has a tough time tonight, following a string of losses. He's remaining stubborn, catching Zeth from the window to narrow the gap to 2. This effort is certainly starting to look like a serious challenge. Zeth is really putting the hammer down now, leaving Lancer with very few options to get back into this. Lancer is simply refusing to go away, securing another flawless round to keep the pressure high. He's making Zeth work for every single round now. Zeth puts on a clinic from the toolbox, bringing himself to the very edge of victory. A huge momentum stopping play from that angle. Lancer just keeps scrambling back, refusing to let this game slip away quite yet. That's exactly why the pre-match a priori was so skewed. He shuts the door on this series with a sharp final shot to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep to put this one away. Lancer fought like a lion out there. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We've got Lancer and Omnic stepping up for this one. Let's see who takes the win today. Lancer holds a slight overall lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's struggling to capitalize on that experience today, with the momentum sitting firmly with Omnic. The question is whether he can sustain this early lead. Omnic is really cooking, leading the series 2-1. The parity is just wild right now. We are completely deadlocked as we head into the 5th. Lancer is clearly shaking off that rough patch he's been in. Omnic just barely edged ahead, putting him up 3-2. The ladder gap seems to be playing a role here. Lancer has clawed back to tie things up at 3 apiece. Neither side is letting their recent head-to-head trends dictate the pace. Omnic is staying sharp, but Lancer has been fighting through a really tough day across all his matches. Omnic is continuing a solid run of form today. Pure chaos now as Lancer levels the score at 4. He's really shaking off that dismal 9:26 run from earlier today. Omnic takes the lead once more, pushing to 5-4. A consistent performance for the higher ranked side so far. Omnic is putting on a clinic right now, coming into this series after a convincing 13-7 win over Lancer in their previous map. It feels like he's completely figured out his opponent's movement. If he can pull another map victory here, the psychological edge will be massive. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead as we switch sides. The underdog is really making his presence felt here. Lancer is usually the one to beat in these pairs, but he's just not finding any answers right now. Time for Lancer to dig deep. Omnic is pouring away now, cruising into an 8-5 lead. That's a tough way to start the second half. What a scrap! He nearly goes down in that chaotic exchange, but secures the round for himself. He really had to scrape for that victory. Omnic is just dominant, stretching the lead to 9-6. He's really making the most of his rating advantage. Lancer is refusing to go away, utilizing the ramp to shut this round down fast. He's starting to find those gaps in the defense. Omnic secures another, extending that gap to 10-7. Lancer's back against the wall. He really needs to find a way to shut these quick exchanges down. The pressure is mounting for the 36th seed. He just keeps moving forward, and now he's one step away from finishing this. He's really capitalizing on his higher seeding in this series. And that's it. Omnic shuts the door with the perfect final round to secure the victory. He's really cementing that dominance over his rival today, proving that the gap in their ratings is very real. Welcome to the match on Dunes. Zeth and Omnic are ready to face off to see who takes the win. Omnic was quicker on the draw and catches Zeth right off the box to start this series. Zeth actually holds a decent overall advantage in their head-to-head history. It's just that Omnic is the one who walked away with their most recent meeting. He's really trying to flip the script on the long-term trend here. We are completely deadlocked at 2 apiece. A complete mirror fight from the boxes, and he's just too fast to handle. He's just completely in control from the box, picking up another round to extend the lead. Omnic answers back quickly to keep things close. Neither side has really established total dominance yet. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, securing that height advantage to keep his lead growing. Omnic was just too quick, taking Zeth right off that box to tie things up. Both are sitting right in the middle of the pack rankings. Zeth manages to knock him off that box, and it feels like the momentum is swinging back his way. Zeth holds a thin lead as we head into round 11. Zeth goes into the break leading 7-5. I mean, he's justifying his status as the slight favorite here. That 4-round run really helped him pull away after a very close start. Fresh start for both players here. Omnic closes the gap, putting Zeth just 1 ahead. It's looking like another close one for the two of them. Zeth has been playing incredibly high volume games lately, and he's put up a strong 22-13 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, he's definitely showing a bit more consistency than Omnic right now. I wonder if he can push this lead even further. Unbelievable, Omnic claws back to make it 8-all. His confidence is peaking after a few strong results lately. Zeth is really refusing to let Omnic get any momentum back with that latest win. His overall edge in this rivalry is really starting to manifest. Zeth keeps climbing, now holding a 2-round cushion. He's looking sharp compared to his tough 11-13 loss earlier today. Another effortless strike for Zeth from the box, and he's now 3 rounds on the trot. He's simply too strong right now, cruising into a match point situation. Everything is falling perfectly into place for the favorite. A clutch stop from Omnic as he holds the box and denies that immediate finish. Omnic refuses to just hand over the keys. He's truly digging in here, securing another win to keep this series alive. A really clean display of timing on that last engage. What a final blow! Zeth shuts the door right here to secure the victory. He really puts on a clinic with those reaction times tonight. Omnic pushed him to the limit, but he just came up short. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Lancer and Zeth facing off today on Italy. Zeth has been the dominant force in their head-to-head history, winning 63% of their past meetings. It's a massive contrast to how Lancer has been playing lately, especially coming off a very rough day in the league. We'll see if that historical edge is enough to stop the momentum. Lancer is starting to pull ahead, leading 2-1. Zeth is definitely looking like the more comfortable player today. Zeth has completely flipped the script here, taking full control of the match after Lancer's hot start. Zeth is comfortably leaning into that rating advantage right now. Lancer manages to find that opening and picks Zeth right off the wine to reclaim the lead. Back to a dead heat as Zeth ties it up.
Lancer's been fighting an uphill battle today with a 9-26 record.
Lancer just snatched the lead, putting him one up. Zeth entered this match with a much higher ranking. These two are trading blows constantly. Neither side is willing to let the other get an edge. Lancer holds a slim edge, currently sitting at 5-4. Zeth's 23-12 run today is finally starting to feel the pressure. Lancer has Zeth on the ropes now, cutting through the defenses to build a solid cushion. His ranking usually paints him as the safer bet. Lancer keeps his nose ahead, extending it to 6-5. He's fighting back after a tough result against Omnic earlier today. We go into the break with a dead tie at 6-6. I mean, Lancer is managing to keep pace, despite the rating gap. He is holding his own and playing exactly how we expected him to today. New sides, new energy. Zeth claws back to take a narrow 7-6 lead. He really seems to be in top form compared to the others today. Lancer responds immediately and we are all squared up at 7. He's really shaking off that poor run of form. The pace is just blistering. Zeth is reacting incredibly fast to close out this one. Tense moments here, Lancer and Zeth are deadlocked at 8. Zeth's rank in the top 25 usually gives him a distinct edge. Zeth just edges ahead with a 9-8 lead. His current run of form is looking an absolute dream. They're just trading rounds at this point. Neither player is allowing the other to build any real speed. It's a complete toss-up now, despite the difference in their ladder standing. Zeth just barely nudged ahead, leading 10-9. It's a familiar pattern considering the depth of their history together. Lancer is starting to look really vulnerable here. He just can't seem to find an answer for Zeth's current pace. And just like that, he's on match point after a perfect burst. Lancer is just completely out of options in this stretch. What a finish! He survives the war of attrition by the skin of his teeth to close the series. Lancer really put up a fight, but that late surge proved too much for him to handle. He's definitely going to be feeling this one hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Lancer and Omnic are stepping onto orange to see who takes this match. Lancer actually holds a slight edge in their all-time head-to-head record, but that history hasn't played a role in their most recent meeting. He's on a difficult skid right now, so he really needs to flip the script early if he wants a chance. He's simply untouchable right now, claiming another effortless round to stay perfect. Goodness, what a scramble! He barely edges it out with a sliver of health left. He's clearly leaning into that rank 28 momentum. He's simply in a class of his own today, extending that lead to 5. His recent 8:27 run today is casting a long shadow. Lancer finally gets a round on the board. He's fighting a tough battle against an opponent who's been more consistent today. Omnic has the higher rating of the two players, which seems to be a deciding factor in this set. It's a stark contrast to the overall betting perspective, where he's usually the underdog. We're seeing if the ladder ranking is the more reliable indicator tonight. Omnic is still firmly in control at 6-3. He's playing with much more confidence than he did against Death. That is an absolute landslide for Lancer, who just scored his 3rd straight.
Things are looking very different for the supposed underdog right now.
A swift response from Omnic to hold that run before we head into the break. His performance matches the confidence he showed in their last head-to-head. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is playing way above his head right now. He's ignoring the map stats and pushing Lancer onto the defensive side. Lancer's got a lot of ground to cover. Omnic holds a commanding 3-round cushion as we start. He's really making his opponent look like a rookie today. Omnic is just relentless, pushing the lead to 9-5. He is putting together a strong showing today, mirroring his recent victory on Blame Map. He's completely took over this set, securing another rapid point to extend his run. An absolute shutdown. He takes a huge chunk out of the deficit, sitting on a 4-round tier. Lancer manages to put a stop to that slide, taking a hard-fought round for himself. The favorite is fighting a desperate uphill climb here. Lancer is definitely trying to claw his way back into this, bringing the score closer after a rough start. The momentum is shifting, but Omnic still has a substantial cushion. Lancer is on fire now, putting together a hat-trick of rounds to put the pressure on. Omnic's higher rating hasn't translated into an easy win tonight. Lancer is simply refusing to go away, tearing through another point to keep this rally alive. The gap is shrinking fast after that clinical finish. Omnic shuts down the rally with a flawless shot, putting himself one step away from victory. What a finish! Omnic seals the deal right here to take the victory. Lancer definitely showed some fight in that second half, but he just couldn't find enough consistency to stop the bleed. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are heading onto red line to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth holds a significant lifetime lead with 378 total wins over Omnic, and while his head-to-head record is strong, we've seen him drop a few rounds lately. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually lean into that historical advantage today. Zeth has the upper hand now, using that ramp for a nice vantage point to extend his lead. He's been on a roll tonight with that 23-12 record. Omnic just shuts that down instantly, catching Zeth right as he tried to hold the ramp. This is a tight matchup between two players in the same rating tier. Omnic is just starting to pull away, really dominating from that ramp position. Omnic just clears him off that ramp, taking full control of the map. He's really shaking off that loss from their previous encounter. Omnic secures another effortless kill from the ramp to keep the streak alive. Hard to believe the odds are shifting this way already. Omnic is simply untouchable right now, taking a full 5 rounds in a row. The gap in their rankings is almost nothing, but it's feeling huge. He's just completely took over this game, securing 6 straight rounds. Zeth just can't seem to find the answer right now. Finally, Zeth manages to break through and claw one back. He's certainly looking to replicate that recent 13-10 victory over his opponent. Omnic has put up a serious fight tonight, despite his low win rate on this map. It's a surprising shift in momentum, given how Zeth typically controls this particular area, and if the lead continues to grow, he could actually overturn the usual dynamic here. We've got an 8-4 lead for Omnic as we head into the break. Honestly, he's put on a total clinic despite Zeth being the more experienced player on this specific map. He'll need to keep this heat up to close it out. Time for Zeth to wake up. The fighting on the ramp is getting intense, and Zeth is finally starting to chip away at that deficit. The 24 seed is starting to find some openings here. Omnic is still cruising at 9-5. The lower rated player is really putting on a show. Omnic's looking dominant with a massive 10-5 lead. He's certainly fighting against that career deficit right now. Zeth is finally finding some consistency here, picking up a couple of rounds to close that gap. It's a toss-up right now, given the narrow rating difference. He's looking very confident right now, just like in his recent 13-9 win against Lancer. Absolutely wild. He barely escapes with his life there, securing his 3rd straight victory. That was a nail-biter. He really clawed his way out of that one. Omnic wins a cautious encounter, regaining control of the server. He's really fighting to erase that historical deficit. What a scramble! He barely edges that out in a total war of attrition. He's definitely not going down without a fight. Omnic manages to push through and clear Zeth off the ramp to reach match point. The slight favorite is really struggling to find a way back. What a way to close it. Omnic just wipes Zeth's hope away for the final victory. He just completely flipped the script on this series, making a huge statement against one of his toughest rivals. Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Zeth are ready for their match, though Zeth enters today as the clear favorite. Zeth owns a massive lead in their history, having won over 60% of their total head-to-head encounters. It's clear he's used that mental edge to secure the first round here. Lancer will need to break that trend quickly to stay in this.
Lancer strikes back. We are all squared up now.
He struggled to find footing today is evident after that 8:27 run. Both of them fought for that height advantage, but Zeth was just a hair faster on the trigger. He looks quite comfortable out here for a player ranked 24th.
Zeth is really pulling away with a 3-1 lead. He seems to be continuing that dominant form from their last meeting.
Unreal, Lancer barely clings to life after that exchange and somehow manages to drop Zeth off the ramp.
He's definitely proving he can compete despite that rating gap. Lancer has fought his way back to a deadlock.
Zeth is really feeling the pressure after his recent run. Lancer keeps the momentum swinging his way, putting together 3 straight to take the lead.
He is putting that rating gap to the test right now.
Zeth answers back quickly to bring the tally level. The favorited player has definitely stabilized his game. Lancer is on fire right now, quickly shutting down Zeth's attempt to control the Tetris. Another dead heat as we move into the 10th. He's certainly carrying a lot of confidence from his 23-12 run today. Lancer is absolutely flying through these exchanges now, completely dismantling Zeth from the ground. Lancer is really putting his opponent on the defensive right now. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we projected this matchup. Both players are keeping pace and it's anyone's game going into the second half. Let's see who takes control here.
Zeth edges ahead by a single round. That particular confidence is a direct carryover from their last encounter.
Lancer is really struggling to find an answer right now, especially coming into this with a 30% win rate over his last 10 matches. He's simply not showing the consistency needed to halt Zeth's momentum. It will take a complete reset to turn this around. Hard-stopping stuff. He managed to scrap through that absolute war of attrition with almost nothing left. Zeth is certainly acting like the higher seed right now. Zeth's now commanding a 3-round cushion. The gap in those individual ratings is becoming a factor. Lancer refuses to go quietly digging in and fighting his way back into this. Zeth is really tightening his grip on this one, quickly reclaiming control of the server. He is certainly making the most of his position as the favorite. Lancer is showing a lot of heart here, refusing to let the game slip away.
It's a gritty effort from someone who's typically struggled in this pairing.
Zeth puts on a huge performance, snapping back with a kill on the boost to reach match point. Exactly the kind of composure you expect from a player in his position. Lancer stays alive with a perfect strike to keep his hopes alive.
His survival instincts are peaking at just the right time.
Another lightning-fast shot for Lancer, and he's now just one round away from forcing a tie. Absolutely incredible! He's forced a deadlock here, and we are headed for overtime! This a absolute thriller. Neither player wants to give an inch. Lancer is on an absolute tear, claiming his 4th straight to secure the victory. A complete reversal of fortune from where we started. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, extending his run to 5 straight. He's just completely taken over this series. Finally, a response from Zeth, putting an immediate stop to that runaway charge. He's definitely drawing on that top 25 ranking right now. The momentum has completely shifted. Zeth is looking a lot stronger as we enter the final stretch of this overtime.
He's certainly acting like a seasoned pro with that composure.
Zeth is just totally in control, walking away with the full health pool to put himself on match point. That was far too easy for him. Lancer just refused to buckle in the clutch.
The lower seed is completely rewriting the script. Lancer barely holds the lead with a narrow 1-point edge. Lancer maintains a slim 2-round cushion over Zeth.
The underdog is really taking over the server now.
Lancers now holding a commanding 3-point lead. The momentum shift is absolute now. Lancer keeps his composure to stay up 18-16. That's a crucial stand for the higher seeded player. Lancer barely keeps his nose ahead at 18-17. Lancer is really fighting a tough battle to seal this shot. Lancer extends his grip to a 19-17 lead.
He's completely flipped the script on this rivalry, taking down one of his toughest opponents in an absolute brawl. He really had to dig deep for that one. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Lancer and Omnic facing off to see who can take the lead today. Lancer holds a slight edge in their head-to-head record with 115 wins over Omnic. It's interesting because that long-term dominance isn't showing up in the recent meetings. If the momentum from their last encounter carries over, we could see a real shift in this rivalry.
Lancer is really putting the pressure on at 2-1. Omnic has the higher rating today, but it's not showing yet.
That was lightning fast, and he just keeps rolling with another effortless kill.
Hard to believe those rankings given how he's playing today.
He is simply on another level right now, moving to 4 straight.
A complete reversal from their previous meeting on Orange.
A cautious skirmish that still ends in his favor, extending that streak to 5.
Tough way to start the set after such a productive day, otherwise. Finally, a breakthrough for Omnic, securing the kill from the box.
The higher ranked player is finally starting to assert himself. A brutal exchange from the boxes, and he secures another one to keep this rally going. The gap in the ladder is finally starting to close. Another huge win from the box as he storms back into this match.
He's finally playing like the favorite we expected. Lancer answers back with a quick exchange between the boxes to halt that momentum. A huge relief for him after that tough loss on Orange earlier today.
A completely clean round for Omnic as he keeps this charge alive. Lancer has a lot of respect for the higher seed's pace.
We head into the break with Lancer leading 7-5. I mean, this is exactly how we expected this to go. Lancer's 49% map win rate is proving to be the difference maker right now. Fresh start for both sides.
Lancer has really struggled today with the 926 record over the last day. It's a huge contrast to how he's performing in this specific set. He's clearly found a way to neutralize Omnic's advantage. Lancer looks unstoppable, completely taking control of the map from the box.
The momentum has shifted completely since their last meeting.
Pure efficiency from Lancer, who looks completely untouchable as he reaches 4 in a row.
A sharp response from Omnic, who shuts down that round with a crisp headshot.
Lancer really tried to play it safe from above, but Omnic just wasn't having it.
Lancer is having a tough time today across his recent sets.
And he's just completely on fire, taking down his opponent without taking a scratch. What a scramble. He barely survives that chaotic firefight to reach match point. That's a huge shakeup after the pressure he was under. Unbelievable. He digs deep in a grueling fight to close out the series. A total nail-biter to the very end, but he just refused to let this one slip. He really had to earn it today. Hard-fought win.
Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Zeth and Omnic are ready to face off to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds a clear advantage in their head-to-head history, having won 53% of their encounters. It's a strong foundation to build on, but he's fighting to forget the loss to Omnic in their most recent meeting. He'll want to prove that the overall lead is what truly matters here. Omnic has the momentum now, leading 2-1. A really clean finish to secure the lead. These two are trading rounds back and forth, completely locked in a dead heat. Omnic surges ahead, now leading the count 3-2. He is playing with a lot of confidence after those recent results. Omnic is just dominating right now, taking a 4-2 lead. Absolute lightning speed on that kill. He is on fire, walking away from that duel without taking a single point of damage. Omnic secures another win from the ramp, extending his lead to 6-2. The higher ranked player is really struggling to get things back on track. He's completely out of control, picking up another one to push the lead to 7. Zeth has a bit of a mountain to climb after that last encounter. He's simply untouchable right now, taking his 6th straight win in this display of power. It's proving to be a long day for the number 25 ranked player. He secures another point from the ramp, putting up a massive 7-round run. It's a complete reversal from the overall head-to-head lead. Omnic takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a tight battle based on their map history, but Omnic is just completely running away with this. Zeth looks lost right now. Time for Zeth to wake up. Zeth manages to trade that out, coming in strong from the ramp to pick up another one. He's definitely playing the role of the underdog here. Omnic is just relentlessly efficient today, quickly shutting down any hope of a comeback. His recent form looks sharp tonight. Omnic secures the advantage from the ramp, leaving Zeth desperate for a response. The momentum has shifted firmly back to the favored side. What a finish! He closes it out perfectly to secure the victory. He's really turning the tide on this rivalry, making it look like the historical lead just doesn't matter right now.
Welcome everyone! We've got Lancer and Zef facing off on Italy today to see who comes out on top. Zef is the heavy statistical favorite in this long-term matchup. It's clear he's been the more consistent player overall, but Lancer is currently riding a wave of confidence. We'll see if Zef can put those historical numbers to work as the match progresses. Zef takes a slim lead with a 2-1 advantage. The higher rated player is asserting himself early. We're deadlocked now, with both players refusing to let the other take a firm grip on this game. Lancer claws back ahead, putting the pressure on Zeth. This is mirroring their most recent head-to-head clash. He's completely taken over the match, picking up another one to make it 3 straight. A tough window for Zeth, who struggled recently against Omnic too. He shuts the door from the wine for another clean victory, continuing this powerhouse run. The higher rated man is looking very lost right now. Zeth finds his footing, delivering a sharp response to keep himself in this fight. He's finally starting to look like the favorite in this series. Lancer has clearly found a way to dismantle Zeth's usual approach. And honestly, looking at how Zeth has struggled in his other matches today, it seems he's just not clicking in these duels. It'll take a massive shift in energy for him to claw back into this. That's another one for Zeth, staying strong as he narrows the gap before we head into the break. Lancer needs a huge reset to keep his slim lead. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly as predicted, with Lancer holding the upper hand. His 48% win rate on this map is definitely showing. Time to swap sides. Lancer is pulling away now, commanding an 8-5 lead. The head-to-head history is heavily skewed in his opponent's favor. Lancer is just dominant, pushing the lead to 9-5. His recent 13-8 victory over Omnic was a precursor to this. Zeth puts up a strong fight, coming through with a clutch play from the wine. His 22-14 performance over the last day suggests he's still viable here. Zeth shuts him down from the wine, refusing to let the lead slip further. The higher ranked man is finally showing his teeth. Lancer reacts quickly to clear him out of the wine, extending his lead back to 3 rounds. He's taking a huge chunk out of Zeth's historical dominance here. He's showing some real grit here, refusing to let the match slide away. Lancer is putting together a real charge here, making it very difficult for Zeth to find any traction. The 36th ranked player is putting on a clinic today. He survives a fierce firefight to move within a single round of victory. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. A sharp reflex play from Zeth, keeping his hopes alive in this match. He's definitely refusing to let this slide without a fight. What a way to close it out. Lancer secures the final kill with a lightning fast shot to take home the victory. He's just not having any luck today, as Lancer manages to shake off those long time odds and secure a huge upset.
Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have Lancer and Omnic facing off to see who can secure 13 rounds first. Omnic puts on a great show here, quickly shutting Lancer down as he tried to hold the ramp. The higher rated player just drew first blood. Omnic is simply too fast right now, making Lancer look slow despite his historical advantage in this matchup. Looking back, the higher seeded player is putting on a show. Omnic just clears him off the ramp and extends the lead to 3-0. A surprising turn of events given their long history. That definitely puts the pressure back on the favorite. Lancer has shown he can trade blows with his opponent before. He is really digging in here, refusing to let the deficit spiral out of control. He just equalized the map, securing another victory from the ramp. A complete shift in the energy from how they started. Omnic quickly regains the advantage, catching the shot from the ramp to go up by 1. He's proving the ladder gap is real today. Lancer historically holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head record, but looking at the current momentum, it's clear he's struggling to translate that lifetime advantage into today's match. He really needs a breakthrough here to flip the script. What a turnaround! Lancer shuts him down from the ramp to knot the score at 5 apiece. This is exactly the kind of fight we expected from these two. Omnic edges ahead, taking a narrow 1-round lead. A very strong recent run for Omnic overall. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the underdog is really challenging the a priori expectations here. Lancer's lifelong head-to-head lead isn't helping him close out these rounds right now. Time for a quick reset. Omnic is really putting on a clinic right now, shutting Lancer down even when he tries to use the ramp. Lancer had the upper hand in their previous encounter today. He finds the gap from the ramp, keeping the pressure high as he claws back into this. This is a much closer battle than anyone expected going in. He's showing some serious grit now, taking another clean round to keep the deficit narrow. The momentum has completely swung since that mid-game stretch. Omnic is currently in the middle of a strong day with a 12-10 record across his recent matches, and you can see that confidence bleeding into this series. He's managed to hold his nerve here and put some distance between himself and the lower-rated player. He finds another opening from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. This grit is a huge contrast to how he started the game. Lancer is fighting for his life here, but Omnic is just refused to let this slip. He's really managing the pace well in this series. He's simply refusing to go away, putting up another great fight to cut this lead down. A lightning fast exchange to keep the pressure on. Omnic shuts him down with a decisive burst, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. Total dominance in the aim department. What a finish! Omnic secures the final round and closes out the series. Lancer really put up a fight, but those sub-second reactions were just too much to handle today. Welcome everyone. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off right now on Mapas to see who takes the win. Zeth holds a decent lead in their head-to-head history with 378 wins over Omnic. But he's coming into this match having dropped several of his most recent games. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep the pressure up through the first few rounds. Zeth is just untouchable right now, making it 3 straight while taking 0 damage. That's a total reversal from their previous blowout on fast aim. Omnic answers back with a precise shot, showing some real fight here. The underdog is proving he belongs in this server. A chaotic exchange of fire where both players nearly collapse, but he barely managed to outlast the other. A huge swing of momentum to bring things level. Omnic simply refuses to back down, securing his 3rd straight and wiping the slate clean. The early advantage has completely shifted for the favorite. Zeth manages to close that one out, reclaiming a 1-round advantage. He's fighting to shake off a rough run of losses today. Omnic is showing a lot of grit, securing another effortless kill to bring this match back to a deadlock. Zeth edges ahead by 1, barely holding his lead. Both of these guys are hovering right around the same spot on the ladder. Zeth is putting up some strong numbers today with a 21-14 record over the last 24 hours. It's a clear contrast to the struggle he's had in his most recent series of games. Now we just have to see if he can actually close this out. Zeth takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's really making the most of his map advantage here. He's in a great position to run away with this series. Time to see if Omnic can bounce back. Zeth stretches his lead to 3 rounds now. Still looking to prove that his higher rating translates today. Another clean take for Omnic, who's really showing some impressive grit right now. He's really making a case for himself as the aggressor here. Zeth maintains a 3-round cushion at 9-6. He's showing a lot more stability than those recent losses suggest. A cautious engagement that ended with the challenger coming out completely unscathed. He's keeping this close despite the gap in their ratings. Zeth pushes the gap to 3 with a huge win. He's really trying to shake off those losses to Lancer. Omnic quickly finds his target and knocks him off the ramp. A quick reaction from him to keep this game within reach. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on now, forcing a very tight window for Omnic to respond. Despite the narrow rank gap, Zeth clearly looks more comfortable here. Omnic digs deep to secure another, refusing to let the gap widen as he continues his push back into the match. He's showing incredible resilience, stepping up again to keep the pressure mounting. Absolutely refuses to let the game slip away now. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit to bring the match back to a dead heat. Absolute chaos in this series. We're right back to square one. He's completely taken over this series, moving into a match point position with that 4th straight win. Zeth is simply running out of answers in this half. What a response. He stops the momentum dead and we are headed straight into overtime. A completely different vibe than that blowout he suffered on fast aim. Omnic is simply unstoppable, taking full control of the scoreboard in this overtime push. He really scrambled for that win to seize control. It is an absolute nail-biter. These two are simply mirroring each other point for point right now. The rank gap between these two is practically non-existent. Omnic just won't break, continuing this incredible climb to push it to 14-13. Just an absolute clash of titans as we hit at least 2 overtimes. He's on fire right now, putting himself just a single round away from victory. The momentum has completely flipped from the last outing. Zeth earns an answer when it matters most, forcing the tension even higher. The pressure is mounting as he fights to keep the lead in sight. What a result! Omnic pulls off an unbelievable comeback to secure the victory. Coming back from that deep hole in overtime, he really proved he can handle the pressure today. He's clearly found a way to crack Zeth's defense, hard-fought win. Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Zeth are facing off today to see who can claim the most rounds. Zeth has been historically dominant in this rivalry with a 62% head-to-head win rate. It's a huge statistical advantage that usually translates into results. I wonder if Lancer's recent victory over him will actually be enough to shift the tide this time. Zeth is just cruising right now with a 2-0 lead. It's a look we've seen before with those previous head-to-heads. A complete shutout here as he keeps his flawless start intact. He's definitely playing like the higher rated player today. He's simply untouchable right now, securing a 4th consecutive point. The higher rank is making a huge impact early on. Simply oppressive, he keeps the pressure on to move to 5 straight. His ranking shows up in the confidence levels right now. What a fight. Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange to finally get on the board. It's a tough spot to be in after that 10-25 run today. Lancer has been struggling significantly today with only 10 wins in his last 35 rounds. It's a worrying trend given how cleanly Zeth has taken control of this series. It really puts the pressure on for Lancer to make some drastic changes if he wants to stay in this. Zeth is simply too fast, reclaiming control of the map with another straight point. The higher rank is really starting to separate himself here. He's simply in total control, pushing his current run to 4 straight. Lancer's win rate on this specific map is barely higher than his opponent's. A strong way to wrap up the first half. He's really fighting for a foothold here. Zeth takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, he's absolutely crushing the favorite right now. Lancer has no answer for this pace and will need a huge shift in momentum to avoid a quick defeat. Fresh start for the underdog. Lancer is just totally outclassed today. He can't seem to find a way to slow this guy down. He's really justifying that higher seed today. Zeth barely breaks a sweat as he puts Lancer on the brink of elimination. It really feels like a mismatch today. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the series. That was an absolute slaughter. Lancer just had no response to those rapid fire reactions today.
Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Omnic are facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a slight edge in their overall head-to-head history. It's interesting because Omnic has definitely looked stronger in their most recent outings. I'm curious to see if that momentum carries through as the match progresses. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just completely shut down his opponent to take a commanding 3-0 lead. A sharp response from Omnic to stop the slide and get back on the board. The pre-match favorites are finally starting to show some teeth. The momentum has completely shifted in a flash. What a turnaround. He's completely raised that early deficit to bring things level. Total deadlock now. We're back to a completely even slate. A quick set of shots puts him back in the lead. Still trying to shake off that rough 2-13 loss to Zeth earlier today. He keeps charging forward, and now the series is completely squared up. Omnic is staying incredibly composed under the pressure. He's simply not letting Lancer get back into the game, strolling to a 5-4 lead. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now. Lancer claws back to make this a 5-5 tie. Lancer has proven he can hold his own against the higher seed. Lancer regains the advantage, pushing ahead 6-5. The higher seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. We go into the break deadlocked at 6-6. I mean, Lancer is doing exactly what people expected he would do. He's keeping this very close, and we're headed into the second half with everything still on the line. Fresh start for both players. A total shutdown here as Omnic keeps the pressure on, showing a lot of grit to reclaim the lead. A clean finish to wrap up that exchange. Lancer forces another draw, making it a 7-all thriller. Lancer is really fighting to overcome those recent struggles. Omnic looks incredibly sharp here, walking away without taking a single hit to regain the lead. Lancer fires back, and we are once again tied at 8. The overall head-to-head history definitely favors the underdog today. Unbelievable. He nearly went down but somehow managed to scrape by with just a sliver of health. He's certainly not letting that last match on redline haunt him. A lightning fast read gives him the edge and keeps the deadlock going. That was practically an instant reaction to end the round. Lancer pushes the pace to reach a 10-9 lead. The momentum shift is palpable, especially with how he's played recently. The fight back continues as Omnic manages to level the score at 10 apiece. A real back and forth battle on their hands now. He finds a clever angle from the ramp to stop Lancer's run and seize control of the series. A huge shift in energy for the player currently leading. It's a complete coin flip at this point. Neither one is giving an inch in this battle. What a display of persistence from Omnic, stepping up to put himself just one round away from victory. The pressure is really mounting on Lancer now. Unreal. Omnic closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. That's a brutal way to end it for Lancer, especially since he had him on the ropes multiple times today. He really fought for every single point in that one. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Zef and Omnic are facing off today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds a significant lifelong advantage in their head-to-head history. It's a great start for him, especially since he's coming off a loss to this same opponent in their most recent clash. Now he just needs to keep that momentum going. Omnic takes a commanding 2-1 lead right now. Slightly better standing on the ladder for the man in the lead. Things are staying dead even for now as we trade rounds here. He is really fighting to make up for that close loss earlier today. Zeth pulls ahead once more, claiming a 3-2 lead. The higher seeded player is starting to feel the pressure now. He secures the kill from the wine, charging up a huge wave of momentum. Zeth has usually been the stronger one in their long history. Absolutely untouched, he is just tearing through these rounds now. Omnic has been in stellar form lately, but it isn't helping him here. He's simply not letting up, bringing his total to 5 straight. This is simply a complete blowout now, as the 6-round streak continues. Omnic answers back immediately with a lightning-fast reaction. Zeth has a significant advantage in their total lifetime match count. It's just surprising that someone who typically struggles with a 44% win rate is managing to dominate the higher rated opponent like this. He's proving why the odds favored him today. Zeth goes into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, he's really justifying that favorite status right now. He controlled the pace entirely with those 6 straight rounds. Let's see if Omnic finds a spark. Zeth keeps his foot in, extending the lead to 9-4. The 28th ranked player is really taking charge here. Omnic finally claws one back to make it 9-5. He's definitely leaning on those strong recent results today. Omnic is really starting to narrow that gap, putting Zeth on the defensive for the first time in a while. Zeth is firmly in control at 10-6. His recent record of 21 wins today is starting to weigh in. Omnic cuts the deficit back to 3. He's playing with a massive amount of confidence right now. He just can't be stopped right now, maintaining his grip on this series. A quick burst to keep the pressure mounting. He's on absolute fire now, securing another flawless delivery to keep this comeback charging. The momentum shift is genuine now. Simply incredible. He's completely erased that lead to bring us all the way back to a deadlock. Absolutely wild to see the table flip this quickly. Zeth puts a stop to that run, moving back into the lead at 11-10. He refuses to break, securing a perfect exchange to bring the series back to a tie. This is basically a coin flip at this stage. A total shutout there, putting him just one step away from victory. The higher ranked player is really digging deep for this final stretch. Unbelievable! He has forced a complete deadlock and we are headed for overtime. We've reached the absolute limit of regulation play. What a display of grit! He keeps his foot on the gas and secures a huge lead. He's making the most of his current hot streak. Just a blur of motion. He's completely taken over this series, keeping the momentum shifting in his favor. Zeth responds with a crisp trade to bring the tally to 13-14.
These exchanges are getting faster and faster. It's almost impossible to keep up. Both players are completely locked in a stalemate now. What an incredible run. Omnic puts a huge dent in Zeth and is now just one round away from victory. What a finish! He closes out the series and secures the victory. The nerves of steel from that guy were just on another level in overtime. Zeth really gave it everything, but he just couldn't close the door. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone! Lancer and Zeth are stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top today. Lancer gets a great start here, utilizing that ramp to secure the first opening of the game. The higher rated man is looking to bounce back quickly. Zeth holds the advantage here, taking control of the ramp to bring the score level. He's got the historical advantage in these head-to-head clashes. Lancer is capitalizing on that high ground to put more pressure on the board. Really needs to shake off that rough 10-25 run from today. We're all tied up as the duel resets. A strong start for the favorite, despite that earlier scare. Zeth just can't be shaken, sticking to the window for a huge lead in the momentum battle. The lower seeded player is definitely feeling the pressure here. Zeth is on fire, securing his third straight win to take command of the match. A dominant 13-2 result in their last meeting comes to mind. A prolonged exchange ends with the favorite taking full control of the map. Zeth is certainly making a habit of crushing this specific pair. A perfect response from Zeth, keeping the streak alive and pushing the gap to 4. He's really making his presence felt at the top of the ladder. Absolutely untouchable right now as he secures another win from the ramp. The rating advantage is really starting to show here. Zeth is just outclassing everyone right now, continuing his steer from the ramp. The matchup seems to be following the usual trend for these two. He continues to look unstoppable, picking up another quick kill to secure his 8th consecutive round.
Zeth takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, it's just a total collapse from the favorite. Lancer is struggling to put up any real fight after that 9-round run by Zeth. Lancer needs an immediate response. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat right now, but we have to remember that Lancer actually has the higher win rate on this specific map. It's an interesting contrast to the head-to-head data where Zeth has clearly dominated the overall series. It will be a fight to see if that map edge finally pays off. Zeth puts a stop to that brief surge and is now just one win away from victory. Lancer simply cannot find a way to keep the momentum shifted. What a final sequence. Zeth finishes it off with a clean headshot to secure the series. Lancer's map advantage didn't help him here, and he's now looking at a really tough start to his day.
Welcome to the show. We have Lancer and Omnic facing off today on Mappers to see who comes out on top. Lancer is currently holding a slim head-to-head lead of 116 wins. It's interesting because he has been struggling quite a bit in his most recent outings. We'll see if he can maintain this early pressure against a higher rated opponent. Unbelievable. That was a complete scrap. And Omnic barely limps away as the survivor to even things up. His current 8-game stretch is looking very sharp. Omnic takes the lead, putting Lancer on the defensive. The higher rated side is certainly justifying that spot right now. Back to a deadlock as we head into round 5. He's really fighting to shake off those recent losses. The speed of these exchanges is picking up and Lancer is looking very sharp right now. That's a big shift in momentum for the lower ranked player. Lancer keeps the pressure on and simply won't let up, taking a firm hold of this map. Omnic is certainly feeling the pressure after such a dominant recent run. Omnic answers back immediately with a clean shot, keeping things tight. Coming in with that impressive 80% win rate lately. Whoa, what a scramble. Lancer manages to pull through the chaos and takes Omnic off the container. A shaky ending for the winner, but he secures the edge. Lancer has an overall win rate of 45% throughout his career. It's impressive to see him outclassing the higher rated player tonight. He really seems to have a read on this specific matchup. That was a tense standoff, but he closes it out without taking any damage. That keeps the game well within reach for the favorite. Lancer is now firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. Lancer really looks comfortable outplaying a top 25 rival. Lancer enters the break with a 7-5 lead. You know it's a solid start that matches the pre-match predictions. He is proving to be the stronger player on this map so far. Let's see how the switch goes. He's showing real grit here, clawing back and trimming the deficit to just 1. The momentum is swinging back toward the favored side. Lancer extends his lead to an 8-6 advantage. Lancer is fighting through a rough stretch today with a 10-25 record. Lancer pulls further ahead, now leading 9-6. Lancer is really stepping up despite that rough set of recent results. Omnic shows great tenacity here, refusing to let the gap widen further. He needs a big push here to turn this series around. What a messy exchange, but the resilience is showing as he puts a stop to that momentum. He is definitely starting to find a way back into the game. And that's a complete reset. He's now on fire, erasing the deficit to bring this set back to a dead heat. It's a complete toss-up now, and the pressure is mounted for both. Lancer regains a slim edge, ending that threatening run with a tidy exchange. Lancer is really fighting to push past his poor form today. Absolute grit from Omnic to tie the series up at 10 apiece. Neither side is giving an inch as we enter the home stretch. He's really digging in his heels and refusing to let that lead slip away. Lancer is really having to dig deep to stop the bleeding today. He's just unstoppable right now, putting himself a single round away from victory. The pressure is really mounting for the lower ranked side.
Lancer keeps his hopes alive with a crisp finish, forcing Omnic to earn that final round.
The underdog is refusing to fold when the pressure is highest. Lancer fights his way back into the tie, and we are officially headed for overtime. Pure chaos in this series as we enter the final push.
Lancer continues to roll, effortlessly securing his third straight round to extend that lead.
He is truly defying those lower ladder rankings today.
Lancer barely survives that absolute war, squeezing out another win to push his lead to 14-12. He just survived by a hair to pull ahead. Omnic refuses to back down and manages to halt the onslaught.
He is showing why the odds were in his favor starting today.
He is on a tear right now, leveling the score in overtime with a completely effortless play. Absolute deadlock as we move into the final stretch. A quick recovery here for Lancer, reclaiming the lead just when it mattered most.
Just a fraction of a second slower than the last exchange.
Lancer digs deep to secure the win in an absolute slugfest, surviving on just a sliver of health. He's finally stopped that skid and proved he's still the master of this particular map. He really had to bleed for that one. Tough loss for Omnic.
Welcome to the arena. We have Zed and Omnic stepping up for this match to see who comes out on top. Zed holds a solid lifelong edge in their head-to-head history, but the momentum shifted after their most recent meeting where Omnic took a very narrow victory. It will be interesting to see if that mental advantage continues to play a role here.
He's just on fire right now, picking up another quick round to extend the gap.
Just another example of how well he's been playing lately. He's simply not letting up, taking a fourth straight for a huge lead.
Absolutely untouchable right now, securing his fifth straight with a lightning fast kill. What a chaotic exchange, but he manages to walk away from the carnage with a perfect set.
He's definitely justifying that higher seed right now. Zed finally finds his footing, breaking that run to get back on the board. He's certainly proving he belongs in the top 30.
Unbelievable. Omnic barely scrapes through that fight, surviving with almost nothing left in his tank.
He's definitely making the most of his current form.
Omnic has a strong recent win rate of 70% in his last 10 matches. So yeah, it's becoming obvious that he's carrying that high level consistency into today. Zed is definitely feeling the pressure now.
Omnic is dominating the pace, pushing his lead to 8-3. A huge contrast to the way Zeth struggled in the last trip to the Italy map. Omnic heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, this is way more one-sided than we expected coming in. He's taking total control of the map, regardless of Zeth's historical edge here. Time for Zeth to fight back. Zeth secures the advantage from the boost to keep things interesting. Zeth needs some big run here to close the gap. Omnic is just too quick clearing Zeth right off those blocks to widen the gap. He's really showing a high level of confidence throughout this set. Omnic is just completely shutting him down, quickly picking Zeth off the box to put himself in a prime position. Zeth can't afford to let the game slip away. He needs to find a way to string these rounds together. Zeth is fighting back and refuses to go down quietly, bringing the gap back to 5. Unreal accuracy from Zeth, walking away unscathed to keep this streak rolling. The gap in their ratings is practically non-existent at this point. A huge swing as Omnic snaps back in control, picking Zeth right off the box. Game over! Omnic seals the victory with one final burst to the head. Zeth really tried to put a stop to the run, but that sub-second reaction speed was just too much to deal with today.
Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Lancer and Zeph facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Lancer takes that first round, catching Zeph right as he was pushing up the ramp. A quick payback for that blowout loss on fast aim. Zeph currently holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history. It's a huge mountain for Lancer to climb, given that he's barely won a third of their previous meetings. He needs to find some consistency early if he wants to flip the script this time. Lancer is really heating up, leading 2-1. Zeph is usually the dominant side in these pairs. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 3-1. Something feels different from their previous encounters today. He's just unstoppable right now, cleaning up that engagement from the ramp to secure another one. Hard to believe the ratings gap given how the server's reacting. Zeph is showing some real grit here, stepping up to put a stop to the momentum shift. He's just reminding us why he entered this as the clear favorite. Zeph holds his ground from the Tetris, putting more pressure on the lead. Lancer is looking a bit shaken after those quick losses. Lancer manages to outduel him from the ramp and extends his lead to 5. He's really defying the ladder rankings in this set. Zeph is refusing to back down, taking this one from the ramp to narrow the gap. It's getting closer to the tight match we expected. Zeph clears him off the ramp and we are all squared up at 5-5. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog to find a response. Lancer manages to claw back the lead at 6-5. It's a total stalemate given how similar their career win rates are. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the switch. Honestly, this is exactly how we expected things to go. Lancer is showing he can keep pace with Zeph for the full distance today. Fresh start for both of them. Zeph holds the advantage from the ramp and keeps the comeback alive, reclaiming the lead. He's really starting to assert that top-tier status. Zeph is proving remarkably tough to shake, outplaying his opponent in a fast-paced duel on the ramp. It's looking a lot like their usual matchups right now. He's completely in control now, outdueling his opponent from the ramp to secure his third straight point. The gap in raw experience is starting to show. The comeback continues as Zeph pushes his run to 4 straight. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Absolute purity in that exchange, bringing his total to 5 straight. Zeph is looking completely untouchable right now. Finally, he shuts the door on that long streak, popping him right off the ramp. A vital point to get back into this series. Lancer is making a real push here, chipping away at that lead with another quick response. It's a huge shift from the blowout he suffered in their last match. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Both players were nearly out of health, but he barely survives to keep the surge going. Unbelievable. He just barely walks away from that brutal exchange to keep this surge rolling. He's playing with a massive amount of heart right now. What an incredible shift. He's completely taken over this match, leveling the series with a perfect round. Zeph just needs one more, having clawed his way back into this spot after trailing early on. Incredible! Zeph secures the finish to complete a stunning turnaround and close out the series. He really held his nerve there, though Lancer almost stole it with those 2 clutch low HP plays. That was an absolute war. What a match.
Welcome to Dunes. We have Lancer and Omnic facing off today to see who comes out on top. Omnic is carrying a lot of momentum right now with that strong 80% win rate in his recent matches. He's clearly in a better spot than Lancer, who has struggled over the last day. It will be interesting to see if that confidence holds up as this set progresses. Lancer really played that well from the box, barely giving Omnic any time to react. Lancer takes total control of the map here, using that height advantage to secure the lead. Lancer is definitely looking to extend that head-to-head lead. Omnic edges ahead, now leading 3 rounds to 2. The higher seeded player is really starting to exert his will. Lancer fights back to tie it up at 3-all. He's really fighting for that lifetime lead in this rivalry. Lancer is starting to put some pressure on, capitalizing on a few quick rounds to build a small cushion. He's on fire, taking a 3rd straight to firmly grip the lead. Despite the ranking difference, he's always played well in this particular rivalry. Omnic answers back quickly, showing he can still trade blows in this series. Lancer has generally found a way to win these head-to-head battles. Lancer holds a narrow lead in the lifetime head-to-head with 117 wins. So yeah, it's becoming clear that he simply knows how to beat Omnic regardless of how they're currently trending. He'll be looking to push this gap even further as we head toward the halfway mark. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break, right? He is playing up to his status as the favorite today. He has the cushion, but Omnic is still well within striking distance. Let's see how the roles reverse. Unreal! Lancer pulls through a brutal exchange and barely survives with 12 health after dropping Omnic off the box. His reaction time was absolutely flawless to secure that lead. Lancer is just dominating now, sitting comfortably at 9-5. The higher rank isn't providing much of a safety net here. Omnic was way too fast there, quickly taking Lancer down from the high ground. He's certainly looking to lean into that recent hot streak. Absolutely wild, he barely clutches that one out, surviving with just 15 health after an intense firefight. Lancer is putting an absolute stranglehold on this game, making it look way too easy right now. Omnic is fighting hard to close the gap, making sure Lancer doesn't just coast to a victory here. He's certainly bringing that higher ladder rating into play here. What a fight! He clawed back from the edge to secure a massive 12-7 lead. Lancer is just far too consistent in these critical moments. Omnic gets the better of him in a lightning-fast encounter. Still fighting the uphill battle as the pre-match favorite. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He really knew how to shake off those early scares and get the job done. A huge statement win right there.
Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are facing off today in a duel on orange. Zeth holds the long-term advantage in their head-to-head history, but those past wins aren't helping him right now, especially after dropping his most recent match to Omnic. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake off that frustration. Omnic's on fire, putting Zeth in a deep hole. He's trying to climb back toward that higher head-to-head percentage. Omnic is just too quick today. He's putting a massive amount of pressure on Zeth early on. Omnic leads 3-2, keeping the momentum strong. He's fighting to bring that head-to-head, led back into focus. Zeth has clawed back to lock this thing up at 3-all. The favorite is starting to look like his usual self. The tide has completely turned. He's now won 3 straight to seize the lead. He's certainly not letting that earlier defeat to Omnic get in his head. Unbelievable. A total brawl of a round, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. An impressive turnaround from his earlier loss in this session. Omnic answers back immediately to narrow the gap. Omnic has a much higher recent win percentage in his last 10. What a chaotic exchange. He barely manages to walk away from that fight with his life. He's showing why the ladder ranks him closely to his opponent. Zeth has been a reliable closer today with a positive 19-16 record over the last day. That consistency is starting to pay off as he puts a real distance between himself and Omnic. Now the pressure is firmly on the challenger to find a response. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it is a close fight, but that mid-half run gave him some much-needed breathing room. He's playing his part perfectly right now. A perfectly clean sequence of shots puts him right back in the fight. He's fighting hard to overcome that underdog status. What a fast response! He's completely erased that lead and leveled the score. A dead heat now with everything back on the table. Zeth just reclaimed the edge with an 8-7 lead. Looking at that ranking, the higher seed is currently fighting an uphill battle. Zeth pulls further ahead, now sitting comfortably at 9-7. Omnic definitely hasn't been the most consistent performer in his recent outings. He's just not letting up. Zeth is completely in control now. Omnic has been far more consistent in his recent outings. He is simply unstoppable right now, extending this run to 4 straight. An absolute nightmare of a set for the 25th ranked player. A brutal showing from Zeth, who takes full control from the ramp to put himself on the verge of victory. The top half of the bracket is really asserting himself now. A quick reset for Omnic as he keeps his opponent from closing this out. That was a lightning fast exchange to kill the momentum. Omnic stays sharp with another fast win, keeping the dream alive for now. Game over! Zeth closes it out with a final kill to secure the victory. He really took over that series, showing the kind of dominance that puts him right back on top in this rivalry. Welcome everyone to Berserk League duels. Lancer and Zeph are facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a great angle from the ramp to secure that opening point. Zeph usually controls the head-to-head history between these two. Zeph is traditionally the much stronger player in this rivalry, winning over 60% of their lifetime encounters. It's surprising to see him struggle so early in this set. I'm curious to see if he can rely on that historical confidence to turn things around. Lancer has fought back to keep us dead even. He's comfortably holding that ladder advantage right now. Lancer is putting on a strong showing, taking advantage of that ramp to grab the lead. Lancer is playing the role of the spoiler today. Lancer's really dominating this set with a 4-2 lead. That lapped-up fight finally ended with a precise shot from the front runner, extending his run to 3. Zeph usually holds the advantage in their head-to-head a lot more than this. Zeph claims this one from the ramp, showing some real grit to narrow the gap. The favorite is starting to push back. A frantic battle of reflexes on the ramp, and Zeph is the one who comes out on top. He's looking far more composed with the target now. He's absolutely on fire now, securing another from the ramp to even things up. The momentum shift is finally here for the favored side. Lancer quickly shuts him down on the ramp to regain a 1-round lead. He's certainly not playing like the lower-rated underdog right now. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. We've seen a back-and-forth struggle so far, but the favorite is currently holding the edge. Side swap, we're back in action. Zed secures another from the ramp, continuing to close the gap. He is definitely regaining that typical confidence. A tough battle here, but Zeph manages to claw back another round to tie things up. Zeth is looking completely unshakable at this point. What a statement. He's now taking control of the map with 3 straight rounds. Lancer just can't find a way to break that current run. A total shutdown from the ramp as he extends the run to 4 straight. It's starting to look like the expected outcome here. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting up another huge round from the ramp. He's really capitalizing on the skill gap here. Finally, a break in the action, as Lancer proves he's not going down without a fight. A vital stand to keep this within striking distance. Zeph keeps the pressure high with a win from the ramp, showing huge resolve in this comeback attempt. Zeph is really asserting his authority in this half. Zeph wins the trade on the ramp to put himself just 1 step away from victory. The higher ladder ranking is starting to show through. He's showing some serious fight to keep this set alive. Unbelievable. He closes the door on the series and secures the win. He really proved why he's the one to beat in this rivalry. Lancer put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't close it out. What a match. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Lancer and Omnic facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a slim lead in their head-to-head history. It's interesting because we've seen Omnic struggle to close these out in the past. It will be a fight to see if Lancer can actually push that advantage further here. Lancer just lost the lead, leaving us all squared up. The higher rated man needs to wake up and answer back. Lancer claws back the lead with a 2-1 advantage. A rough start for the higher rated man so far. Omnic is reacting incredibly fast right now. That last exchange was over before we even saw it. Omnic takes the lead, putting Lancer in a hole. Lancer certainly needs to find some stability after a tough run today. Deadlock Lancer and Omnic are tied up at 3-all. The 13-8 result from their last encounter seems to be weighing on him. He's on a bit of a roll right now, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic to respond. Omnic just completely dismantled that play, punishing Lancer the moment he tried to hold the wine. Omnic is just one step ahead now, 5-4. The higher rank seems to be paying off in the mid-game. He's simply too strong right now, continuing his surge to a 6-4 lead. His recent form is looking a lot more consistent than usual. The momentum is completely shifted and he just walked through the opposition to secure another win. He looks completely locked in compared to the rounds he's played today. Omnic heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, the underdog is absolutely taking over here after that 5-round burst. We might be looking at a real shock result if Lancer can't flip the script. Let's see if that momentum holds. Lancer has been a nightmare for him historically, winning over half of their encounters. And that victory we just saw is exactly the kind of wake-up call the underdog needed to stop the slide. It will be tough to see if he can actually sustain this rally. Omnic is firmly in control, leading 9-6. A clean response to keep that lead secure. Omnic is just putting on a show right now, keeping this lead wide open. The momentum is really starting to swing in his favor. Omnic's pulling away now, holding a commanding 10-7 edge. Omnic is really putting the squeeze on here, leaving Lancer with almost no room to breathe. Lancer manages to hold the wine and bring this game closer. He's really fighting against that higher seed advantage right now. A complete shutdown, putting Omnic just a single round away from victory. His edge as the favorite is really showing through today. A perfect exchange for Lancer to keep his hopes alive. Still a massive hill to climb for the man in the deficit. A strong response to keep the pressure on. What a finish! Omnic closes out the series and takes home the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the brink there in those final exchanges, but it just wasn't enough this time. What a fight!
Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are stepping onto red line to see who can claim victory today. Unbelievable. Zeth nearly went down, but he manages to secure the first point from the ramp. Omnic really needs to shake things up here, as Zeth is looking very sharp right now. His 13-9 victory on Blame Orange earlier set a similar tone. Omnic gets the read on Zeth's position and takes control of the round. He's fighting to keep pace with the overall head-to-head lead. Zeth was too slow to react this time, letting Omnic take the lead from the ramp. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. He is simply outclassing the competition right now, securing another point to keep the streak alive. A clean exchange that brings us right back to a dead heat. Neither man is blinking an eye right now. Zeth edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 7. Omnic usually holds his own in these matchups. Omnic is playing with a lot of confidence, capitalizing on that high ground to secure the round. Zeth is really capitalizing on that height advantage to keep the momentum swinging his way. Omnic is looking for a way to flip the script tonight. Zeth has a narrow lead in their all-time head-to-head matchups, winning just over half of their total encounters. It's clear he has the mental edge today, especially after securing that straight set victory in their previous match. Now, he just needs to close the door. It's a total toss-up right now, as they're practically glued to each other in a stalemate. Omnic is really trying to make up for that 13-9 defeat earlier. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly the type of grind we expected from these two. Omnic fought back hard with a 3-round burst, making it an absolute toss-up going into the second half. Time to see who settles in. Omnic completely shuts him down from that ramp, extending his lead even further. That's a solid response for the guy currently sitting at 25th on the ladder. Zeth really stepped up his game to win that trade, stopping the momentum Omnic had built up. Both are fighting for every inch in this deadlock. Unreal, Omnic barely survives that slugfest to knock Zeth off the ramp. That's definitely giving him more confidence than those earlier matchups did. Omnic is really putting on a clinic right now, especially since he usually has a tough time keeping up with Zeth in their history. So yeah, seeing him stack these rounds feels like a total reversal of the usual trend. Let's see if he can keep the pressure on. We're deadlocked at 9 all as they reset. He secures another perfect round from the ramp, bringing his current run to 3 straight. He's definitely playing his way back into that overall lead. What a fight! He clings to life with just a sliver of health to secure his 4th straight point. This is starting to look like a repeat of their last encounter. A flawless sequence of shots, and he now stands just 1 step from victory. The momentum shift is complete for the favorite. What a finish. He closes the deal right here to take the match. He really showed his teeth in that final stretch. Omnic kept it competitive for a while, but he just couldn't stop that momentum. Welcome everyone! We've got Lancer and Zeth facing off on Mapas to see who takes the win today. Zeth owns the history here with a clear 63% win rate in their previous meetings. Well, it's a tough spot for him because he's coming in with way more momentum than Lancer right now. I'm curious to see if that confidence carries him through the early stages of this match. Unreal, he barely keeps his head above water there, surviving by a hair to take a second straight. The higher rated player is certainly feeling the pressure early. Another clean sweep for Lancer, who just cannot be stopped right now. It's a complete reversal from the way his last few games went. Absolutely crushing it. Lancer takes the lead and looks completely untouchable right now. Zeth finally answers back, managing to trade off a tough fight to get on the board. He is really putting that recent 4-game tier to use here. Lancer is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 5-1. Really surprising to see him outperform the 25 ranked player so convincingly. Lancer has struggled lately, finishing with a combined 11-24 record over the last day. It's making this current lead even more impressive since he's normally the one fighting from behind. Zeth really needs to wake up before he lets this slip away. Zeth is putting on a show, picking Lancer right off those boxes to keep this run alive. The superior ranking is starting to show through now. Lancer doesn't give him any space to breathe, picking him off the red instantly. Lancer is just ruthless, leading by 5 rounds now. His rival just seems unable to keep up with this pace. Lancer takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he was expected to perform well, but he's completely overrun the map. So far, he's really capitalizing on every single mistake Zeth makes. Time for a total reset. What a scrap! Both players were nearly out of health, but Lancer barely survives to take a 10-3 lead. Absolute nail-biter of a fight there. Lancer is putting on a masterclass in speed, ending these rounds almost immediately. He is completely in control here, needing just a single round to seal the deal. Zeth manages to claw back one more, keeping the dream alive for now. He's fighting hard to make a statement with his superior ranking. What a finish! He shuts the door completely from the ramp to secure the victory. Lancer completely flips the script on his rival today, proving he can still hang with a top-tier talent.
Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Lancer taking on Omnic in a match where the favorite looks strong. Lancer holds a narrow lead in their career rivalry with a count of 118 wins. It's a tight, historically balanced matchup that should make this early gap feel very temporary. Let's see if Omnic can leverage his higher rating to shut this down. Unreal! That was a brutal slugfest and he barely walks away with his life. A tough start for the higher rated competitor today. Lancer is really cooking, moving ahead with a 2-1 lead. The higher ranked competitor is starting to put on the pressure. Lancer is absolutely dominating now with a 3-1 cushion. Lancer is playing with zero fear against the higher rated opponent. Lancer is really finding his timing, ending that last exchange in just over a second. Omnic shows some real grit here, shutting things down completely to close the gap. The favorite is finally starting to put up a fight. He's looking way more comfortable now. He's completely flipped the script, clawing back to a dead even score. It's a total stalemate heading into the next few frames. What a performance! He secures the lead from the boost, completing an incredible turnaround. Lancer needs to dig deep to recover from this slide. A careful engagement here, but he finally nails the shot to bring us back to a draw. The match is wide open now, and anyone's game. A cautious battle of nerves that ends in a clean victory for Omnic, keeping the momentum high. The higher rated competitor is really starting to assert himself in this set. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is putting on a clinic right now after that 4-round run. He's looking far more confident than anyone expected him to be. Let's see a fresh start here. Omnic barely edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round advantage. The lower ranked side is showing a lot of heart. He's continuing his strong surge, barely breaking a sweat as he extends his lead. He's firmly in control now, showing some serious grit to pull away further. A tough stretch for the man sitting lower on the ladder. A sudden reversal of fortune as he takes a clean round to keep his hopes alive. Lancer just completely shut down the momentum shift. A perfect response from the favorite, keeping the pressure on with an effortless kill. Omnic refuses to let the momentum slide, quickly reclaiming his advantage. Lancer is really struggling to find a way back into this. He manages to clear the boost and now stands on the threshold of victory. That's a scary amount of pressure coming from the higher seeded player. Absolutely stunning, Omnic secures the final kill and closes out the series. He really put on a clinic once he got his legs under him. Lancer just couldn't find any answers to that pace.
Welcome everyone! We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off on Fast Aim to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Omnic was just too quick, catching Zeth right as he tried to hold that window angle. Omnic really wants to turn things around after that loss on Redline. Zeth holds a commanding edge in their head-to-head history, leading the Lifetime series with 380 round wins. It's clear that Omnic is trying to erase that long-term deficit right now. We'll see if the favorite can push back and reclaim the control he usually has in this rivalry. Zeth is really starting to build some momentum here, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic after that, a successful push from the ramp. That's a complete reversal of fortune, as he secures his third straight point. Both players are fighting an uphill battle after their respective losses today. Omnic answers back immediately, bringing the series level once again. Omnic has been showing a surprising amount of resilience today. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that fight from the toolbox to take an arrow lead. It's essentially a toss-up looking at their respective ratings on the ladder. Zeth just clamped back down to make it a deadlock. The two of them are virtually neck and neck on the ladder. Omnic maintains a slim lead, staying ahead 5-4. Zeth claimed the high ground on the ramp to shut that down and tie things up. Neither player has a real edge with such tight ratings. Zeth just kept the pressure on with that high spot on the ramp, extending his lead. He's certainly making a habit of winning these specific matchups lately. We're all squared up at 6-6, and honestly this is exactly what we wanted to see from these two. They've played a near perfect mirror match, keeping the score tight through every single round of the first half. Omnic edges ahead again, putting Zeth on the defensive. Both of these guys have had some really grindy sessions today. Omnic is just seeing through everything right now, shutting down Zeth even when he manages to get the jump from the ramp. Omnic puts on a show from the ramp, extending his run to 3 straight wins. It's a complete flip from their previous meeting today. Zeth shuts him down with an effortless flick, proving he's still very much in this game. It's a good look for the favorite to finally find his footing. He secures another victory from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. The momentum shift is palpable right now. Absolutely crushing it, Zeth has officially reclaimed control and brings this match back to a dead heat. Zeth is simply unstoppable right now, raining down fire from the toolbox to move a step closer to victory. Omnic manages to clear him off the ramp, bringing the score back to a level 10 all. These two are essentially mirror images of each other on the ladder. Omnic is just too sharp right now, cleaning that up from the window to pull ahead. Both players have been fighting for their lives all day. Zeth continues his impressive surge, wiping him right off the ramp to level the score at 11-11. The favorite is finally digging his heels in. Omnic keeps his composure from the ramp to move into a commanding position. Everything is leaning in the underdog's favor now. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door with a perfect spray to take the whole series. He really stepped up and refused to let the momentum shift back, proving he can go toe-to-toe with the best at tough battle. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. Lancer and Zeth are ready to face off and see who takes the victory. Zeth leads the head-to-head history 140-84, which gives him a massive psychological edge in this matchup. It's definitely providing him with some confidence, especially since he's holding the higher rating on our ladder. Lancer will need to shake off that slow start quickly. Zeth keeps the momentum as he pulls ahead 2-1. Lancer is keeping this series completely level, taking that fight right up to the box. A tough spot for the favorite to be in this early. Lancer surges ahead and now claims a 3-2 lead. The pressure is mounting for Zeth after that last slaughter on Blame Mappas. Zeth answers back immediately with a strong play from the top, keeping things completely deadlocked. He's really putting his higher ranking on display right now. Zeth is just too quick today, shutting Lancer down even with the height advantage. Zeth is on fire, taking a third straight round to move his lead to 5-3. He's a more consistent presence on the server lately. He's simply untouchable right now, extending his run to 4 straight. Zeth is really making his presence felt today with that 21-15 record. Lancer finds his mark with a sharp shot to hold the slide and bring it to 4-6. A welcome glimpse of hope for the underdog. He's simply refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high as we approach the break. Lancer is completely rewriting the script right now. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. I mean, it's a very clean split going into the switch. Lancer is fighting hard, but Zeth's higher rank is still showing through these trading rounds. Clean slate for round 13. Zeth really shut that down quickly, outplaying Lancer even with the height disadvantages. That's definitely the higher rank proving his worth in the server. Zeth is putting on a clinic right now, taking that battle from the box to extend the gap. Lancer manages to pick him off the box, continuing his climb back into the series. Lancer is really digging in his heels now. Lancer keeps his cool to shut him down on the box, bringing the score level at 8-8. Unreal, he claws his way back from the brink to edge out a third straight win. That's an incredible amount of composure to win with such low health. Absolutely crushing it now. He's just completely taken over this match with a 4th straight win. Zeth answers back with a sharp exchange to bring the score to 10-9. A timely stop to keep himself within striking distance. And we are back to a dead tie. Lancer seems to be struggling a bit today, coming off a tough series against Omnic. He manages to win the fight from the box, showing incredible grit to push his lead to 11-10. The underdog is truly stepping up when it counts most. Lancer has completely shifted the tide and now he's just 1 round away from victory. He's proving that the ladder rankings don't tell the whole story. A brutal scramble here, but Zeth claws out the victory to keep himself alive in the game. He manages to keep the deficit to a single round. Absolutely unbelievable, Lancer completes an incredible comeback to seal the series. Zeth just couldn't close it out after that dominating run early on. He's really going to feel this one given his edge in the history books. What a fight. Welcome everyone, Lancer and Omnic are heading to red line to see who can take the win today. Omnic gets the jump on him here, easily clearing Lancer right off the ramp to open things up. His rank certainly reflects that early confidence. Lancer answers back immediately, picking up a clean kill from that ramp to tie things up. He really is fighting an uphill battle despite the rating gap. Lancer currently holds the edge in their lifetime rivalry with 118 wins, but he's had a really rough time of it over the last day. The struggle is clearly visible in his 12-23 record, and he'll need to shake that off quickly if he wants to claw back into this. Lancer is really making his presence felt from the ramp, keeping this one dead even. He really is playing from behind in the ladder rankings. Omnic puts the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. Omnic is looking sharp today, posting a 20-14 record. Lancer is really punishing anyone who tries to pick that ramp, forcing the map back to a deadlock. Omnic is just too quick for him right now, clearing Lancer off that ramp with a lightning fast reaction. Omnic stretches his lead to 5-3 with a dominant show. Lancer just put an end to that run, quickly picking Omnic off the ramp to keep things tight. Looking to make a statement here, given that rank difference. Unbelievable, Omnic manages to survive a brutal trade, barely hanging on after clearing him off that ramp. That's a huge breath of relief for the lead player. Omnic is really asserting himself right now, putting up a 2014 run today. It's a massive swing considering Lancer usually manages to get the better of him in their long history. He just needs to keep this momentum going to shut the door on this one. Omnic holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, he's really defying the long-term numbers here. Lancer usually comes out on top in this rivalry, but he's just not finding any answers right now. Time for the sides to swap. Lancer is reeling now, trailing by 5 at 4-9. It is a complete contrast to their previous map meeting today. Lancer keeps pace, narrowing it to 5-9 for now. The underdog is definitely showing some resilience here. Lancer is starting to put some serious pressure on Omnic now, capitalizing on his momentum to close the gap. He's truly making his lifelong rival look shaky right now. Lancer was starting to look scary for a moment, but Omnic just shuts that comeback attempt down. He's looking very comfortable with his superior rank today. Lancer just can't find the answer to that particular spot, and it's letting Omnic slide comfortably toward the finish. A fierce exchange there, but Omnic manages to outlast him and secures a massive advantage. The momentum is shifted entirely in favor of the high-seeded player. Absolutely incredible. Omnic closes out the series with a final shot right off that ramp. He's simply untouchable today, completely flipping the script on the head-to-head record in a dominant performance.
Welcome everyone, we've got Zef and Omnic facing off right now on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds the overall head-to-head lead with 380 wins over Omnic, but he's certainly feeling the pressure right now. After dropping 3 straight matches today, he'll need to find a way to reverse that trend quickly. Absolute chaos in this exchange. Zeth barely clings to life, securing the round with a mere 2 HP left. Omnic keeps the momentum, holding a slim 2-1 lead. Omnic is just dominating now, pushing his lead to 3-1. He's carrying a great deal of confidence into this one. Unreal. He manages to limp across the finish line with a handful of health left to secure another win. He's showing the kind of form he just brought against Lancer. The streak keeps climbing for Omnic, who just completely shut him down in a heartbeat. He completely dismantles Zeth right off that ramp, continuing a fierce run of wins. A brutal stretch for a player who has historically owned this matchup. What a fight! Zeth claws back into the series with a narrow victory, surviving with almost nothing left. Omnic is looking incredibly sharp right now, boasting a 60% win rate over his last 10 games. I mean, that's a stark contrast to the struggles we've seen from Zef in his recent outings. It's almost as if the momentum from their previous meeting has carried over completely into this series. A flawless exchange here to secure a 3-round streak and a huge lead heading into the halfway mark. He's just relentlessly carving through these exchanges. It's 10-2 for Omnic at the break, and honestly this is a huge shift from what we expected. Zeth usually does well on Mappas, but he's just been outclassed in every single duel so far. Time to see if Zeth wakes up. Wow, a total scramble there. Omnic barely survives with a tiny sliver of health after dragging himself off the boxes. A rough day so far for Zeth after those 3 losses. Zeth finally gets the upper hand from the ramp to slow things down. He's fighting hard to shake off those recent losses against Lancer. Zeth is finally putting up a fight, making the deficit look a bit more manageable after those 2 quick wins. He's really taking over now, claiming another victory from the red area to keep this hot streak going. He's absolutely on fire right now, using that ramp to secure a 4th straight victory. He's just unstoppable right now, securing a 5th consecutive victory from that elevated spot. Omnic shuts down the comeback attempt, picking him off the container to reach match point. He needed that stop to keep his lead comfortable. Boom! Omnic puts an end to the fight and secures the victory. He's just playing another level of game today. Zeth tried to mount a comeback, but he's simply out of luck right now.
Welcome to the league. We have Lancer and Zed facing off on Italy to see who takes the win. Lancer holds a decent 48% win rate on this map, which definitely puts him in a stronger position starting out. It's interesting because Zed has generally owned the overall head-to-head history between them. We'll see if the historical gap actually matters today. Lancer is really starting to pull ahead here. Zed has been struggling lately, dropping his last 3 games. We're deadlocked for now, and it's a total coin toss who can break this tie. He's really starting to showcase that skill gap between their ratings. Zed takes the lead with a tight 3-2 advantage. He is definitely playing like the favorite right now. That's a total reversal of momentum as he secures a 3rd straight win. He's just unstoppable right now, pushing a 4-round lead. He's really making the most of that higher ladder spot today. He's completely taken over the server, racking up 5 straight round victories. He seems completely unfazed by that loss on Dunes earlier today. Lancer manages to reset the pace here, cutting into that lead. Lancer is certainly looking to repeat that recent victory on Dunes. Zef is sitting on a positive 1916 record over the last day. It's giving him a massive confidence boost compared to how the odds looked coming into this. He is really capitalizing on this specific moment to separate himself. That was an absolute slugfest, and he barely walked away alive. His higher ranking is really starting to show in the server. Zed goes into the break with a strong 8-4 lead, and honestly, it looks like we're heading toward a big upset. Lancer just can't find a way to stop this momentum. Lancer needs a huge response now. Zed is now firmly in control at 9-4. He's certainly capitalizing on the gap in their ratings. Lancer is fighting an uphill battle, trailing by 4. Lancer is definitely showing some grit with these alternating rounds. Zef is really putting the pressure on now. He's quickly pulling away from this group. Zed really seems to have the upper hand in this rivalry. Zed holds a commanding 10-6 lead now. It's becoming a real struggle for him to maintain an edge. Zed's still firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. That was an incredibly clean kill to wrap the round. He's on fire now, securing another effortless victory to keep this surge alive. Zef is looking completely rattled after that latest exchange. Unbelievable! He claws his way back into this with a wild firefight, marking 4 straight wins. What a shift in energy from the map leader. Both players traded heavy damage there, but Zeth managed to outlast him. He's really proving why he's ranked higher on the ladder. Lancer is showing some serious tenacity here, keeping the pressure on as he closes the gap. What a scramble! He barely hangs on to secure the equalizer, proving just how tough he's been today. Lancer has completely flipped the script on this series. Zeth answers back immediately and is now just 1 step away from victory. The pressure is clearly mounting for the underdog in this series. Absolute brilliance. He finishes him off from the wine to secure the series. Lancer nearly pulled off the dream after that wild comeback, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight.